Biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country is concerned. We'll get you more updates on that, but first up, as always, the headlines. Five days after AI171 crash, investigation picks pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary are holding key meeting at MHA. "99 samples of AI171 crash victims matched. 64 bodies have been handed over to the king of the victims. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airplane while landing at the Lucknow airport. Women allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike driver near a footwear showroom in Bangalore. Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada this evening. Well, West Asia is on the boil again. In the last 4 days, we have seen attacks and counter-attacks as far as Iran and Israel is concerned. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in for you. The Israel Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. The Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting 100 military targets in Isfahan, that is in central Iran. Now, as a part of the strikes, 50 fighter jets and aircrafts identified and struck missile storage sites, surface missile launchers that were ready to launch towards the state of Israel, and command centers where launch squads were preparing to carry out launches towards the territory of Israel. These are the fresh videos that have been released by IDF that you can see on the screen right there. So Israel claims that these are the areas that they have attacked. It mentions Tehran, which is the capital, Tabriz, which has the nuclear research center, which was attacked 4 days back, Kermanshah, which has a missile base as well. All right, on the screen, in fact, you can see these are the visuals of Israel attacking central Iran. In fact, as far as central Iran is concerned, they have attacked Isfahan area, which also has a nuclear facility. But last night, what we are being told is that Israeli Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles before they were launched towards the state of Israel. They have completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting 100 military targets in central Iran, and this area is Isfahan, as you can see on the left side of the screen as well. I'm being joined by my colleague Krutart, who joins us from the newsroom. Krutart, in the last 24 hours, in fact, we have again seen attack and counter-attack by Israel and Iran. But now Israel going on to say that they have attacked the surface-to-ground system. They have targeted specific areas in Iran. Give us more details on that.
Indeed, and it has been the Shahid missiles, the surface-to-surface ballistic missiles of Iran that have been flying all the way over Iraq and Jordan and making their way to the night sky of Tel Aviv, Haifa and all the Israeli cities over the last 3 nights that we have seen. In particular, the Operation Rising Lion was initially started to decapitate the nuclear capability and the assembly capability of Iran to make a nuclear bomb. Now, the second stage of the attack, as was also said by the Israeli ambassador in the exclusive interview with Republic just a few days ago, is to decapitate the capacity of Israel to manufacture and store its ballistic missiles. And this is now in conjunction to now, as we are getting into the third phase of Operation Rising Lion, after a direct strike on the military command structure, after direct strikes on the nuclear facilities, Israel last night targeted more than 50 areas, in particular their ballistic missile launch capabilities. This is the biggest attack that has been launched directly on the ballistic missile launch capability of Iran. In total, the information that we are receiving as per the accounts of the IDF or the Israel Defense Forces is that 20 new launchers were destroyed in the strikes last evening with more than 50 fighter jets involved. Now, the IDF says that it has established full aerial superiority over Iran, and rightly so, because Israel has a much more modern air force as compared to Iran. And in this case, we have seen that Israeli fighter jets have been very active in the Iranian airspace. On the first night of the attack, Akansha, you would recall that radar sites in particular were targeted by Israel in a step up so that they can establish this air superiority in Iran and decapitate the launching capacity of ballistic missiles.
Absolutely.
20 launchers
in
destroyed.
fact, Krutat, stay on with us. We have fresh visuals coming in as far as the attack on the US Embassy in Israel is concerned. Let's have a look at those visuals on your screen. In fact, just in a while, we'll show you those visuals of a United States Embassy branch in Tel Aviv, which was hit in the Iranian missile attack as military conflict between Israel entered the fourth day. As you can see in the visuals, these are the visuals of the shattered, broken glasses and window panes there on the ground. These are the visuals from the US Embassy that has been attacked. Minor damage has been reported to the US Embassy. After that, in fact, a decision has been taken place to close all the embassy in the country and its consulate as well. Let me again bring in my colleague Krutat. You've been tracking this story very closely. Earlier, in fact, this day, we saw the attack on US Embassy in Israel as well. And this comes, in fact, a day after Trump warned Iran of any such attempt as far as United States is concerned. Give us more details about this Iran attack on the embassy there.
Akansha, if the reports are confirmed that the US Embassy, in fact, in Israel was hit by a projectile that came from Iran, then this is going to be one of the most biggest escalation that we have seen in this entire conflict. Right from day one, the very first day of the attacks, it has been very clearly made by the Secretary of State of the United States, Marco Rubio, that US is not directly involved in the actions taken by Israel militarily against Iran. Just last evening, we also had US President Donald Trump issuing a very stern warning to the Iranian regime, saying that any targeting of US officials in the entire region will be met with a very unprecedented military response. Now, that response coming in from the world's strongest military is also a cause of severe concern. So far, the information that we have is that US has not entered the theater of war in the Middle East. It has had significant presence. We also saw on the eve of the attacks on 12th of June, US had in fact asked all non-essential personnel from its embassy and military bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq and all the neighboring countries to evacuate the region, which is why it is believed that US is militarily prepared to retaliate in circumstances when Iran actually transgresses upon its own embassies or its own military infrastructure in the entire region. We are waiting an official confirmation from Washington, which we expect to come later in the day. However, if true, if Iran's embassy, Iran has indeed attacked, and if any damage is reported on the American embassy, be prepared to expect any proportionate or even disproportionate response from the Trump administration.
Absolutely, Krutat. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus back to India, to Uttar Pradesh. In fact, look at these shocking scenes from Uttar Pradesh, Hardoi. A routine stop to fill CNG turns into a scene straight out of a crime thriller. A woman pulls out a revolver and aims it at the petrol pump salesman. She threatened the person and said that I will shoot you with so many bullets that even the family members will not recognize you. An FIR has been filed against Ariba Khan, the lady that you can see on the screen, and two others. The revolver has also been seized as far as this entire incident in UP's Hardoi is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Raghavendra, who continues to track this story. Raghavendra, very shocking visuals are coming from Hardoi there. A woman pulls up the revolver onto the chest of the salesman. What really happened there? Tell us. And what was the complaint of the salesman?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये जो घटना है वाकई में चिंताजनक घटना है कि जिस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश में यह दावा किया जाता है कि यहाँ कानून व्यवस्था का राज है और उसके लिए सरकार काम भी कर रही है। ऐसे में इस तरह का ये जो वीडियो आ रहा है यह चिंता पैदा कर रहा है कि एक महिला जो है वो इस तरह से खुलेआम पिस्टल कैसे किसी के ऊपर तान सकती है। लेकिन ऐसा हुआ है, वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है, अब इस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है। FIR हुई है। कहीं न कहीं इन्होंने जो अपने हाथ में कानून लिया है, पिस्टल की भी जांच होगी, सरकारी लाइसेंस है कि क्या है और कैसे इनके पास पिस्टल पहुंची, और कहीं न कहीं इस पर जो कानूनी जो शिकंजा है वो कसने जा रहा है। FIR हो चुकी है इनके ऊपर। लेकिन इस तरह की जो प्रवृत्ति है, यानी कि जो वीडियो में जो सीन आए हैं, जो घटना हुई है, उत्तर प्रदेश में इसकी कोई जगह नहीं है, क्योंकि जैसा कि मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा कि यहाँ पे माफियागिरी नहीं चलेगी। अगर कोई माफियागिरी करेगा तो वो मिट्टी में मिलेगा या जेल के अंदर जाएगा, सलाखों में जाएगा। तो इस तरह के दृश्य जो आए, इस तरह की जो गुंडई दिखाने की कोशिश की गई, उससे क्या लोग दिखाना चाह रहे हैं, क्या लोग बताना चाह रहे हैं, क्या वो महिला कहना चाह रही थी, क्या मैसेज देना चाह रही थी, उनके वर्ताव से ऐसा लगा कि जैसे कोई कानून का राज ही नहीं है, जो चाहेंगी वो कर लेंगी, इस तरह का दृश्य देखा गया। लेकिन अब वहां पर पुलिस सख्त है, FIR हो चुकी है, कहीं न कहीं अब एक्शन होगा।
Absolutely. So FIR has been registered in this case. It remains to be seen when this lady that you can see on the screen will be arrested. Now, shifting our focus to the United States. During the ongoing protest in LA of California, police were seen using tear gas to disperse anti-Trump protesters on Saturday. In fact, there were protesters who made their way to the streets, parks and plazas across the country to protest against President Donald Trump and support the protection of democracy and immigration rights. Here's more.
People were seen coming together in public areas across the United States to support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights. The LA protests have recently heated up with No Kings rallies kicking off. A man passed away during the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. He is believed to be part of a peacekeeping team for the No Kings protest. The police have taken the 24-year-old alleged rifleman, Arturo Gamboa, into custody on Saturday evening. Protests were also witnessed in Los Angeles on the same day. The police were present on horseback and on foot. Tear gas was also used to disperse the protesters. In northwest Washington's Logan Circle, about 200 protesters assembled and chanted, "Trump must go now." Organizers handed out Little American flags while others flew their flags upside down, conveying a sign of distress. During the protest, Mexican flags, which have become a fixture of the Los Angeles protest against immigration raids, also appeared in some demonstrations. As per reports, in light of the protest, US President Donald Trump has directed immigration and customs enforcement to expand deportations in Democratic-run cities, undeterred by protests.
Breaking news coming in from Uttarakhand. A case has been registered against helicopter service operating firm Air Aviation Private Limited for negligence in connection with the chopper crash near Kedarnath. Remember, it took place yesterday, which killed all the 7 people on board, including a 2-year-old child and the pilot of that helicopter. The Bell 407 helicopter crashed due to bad weather in the forest of Gauri Mai Khark, which was between Gaurikhund and the Kedarnath. It belonged to Air Aviation Private Limited. What we're learning is that the FIR has accused the operator of gross negligence and listed several lapses. It said that the helicopter took off 50 minutes before the allotted time during condition of poor visibility caused by the cloud and fog. Let me go across to my colleague Ratan Negi, who's been tracking this story since yesterday. Ratan, what we're learning is that a case has been registered as far as the helicopter crash is concerned, but the angle of negligence has come to the fore, that this helicopter in fact flew 50 minutes before the time, and in fact it also flew during the poor visibility that we also saw in the visuals as well. There was fog, there were clouds in that area, and despite that, the helicopter took that flight. Give us more details about the FIR in this case.
उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री धामी ने साफ तौर पर कहा था जब ये हादसा हुआ था कि चाहे वो संस्था हो या व्यक्ति हो, जो भी दोषी होगा उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और देर शाम तक ये रिजल्ट निकल कर आया। केदारनाथ हेलीकॉप्टर क्रैश में आयरन हेली के एविएशन के 2 मैनेजर पर केस दर्ज हो चुका है। जो जानकारी यहाँ पर निकल कर आई है, तहरीर जो दी गई है, तहरीर में लिखा है कि DGCA और यूकाटा ने जो जारी इनकी SOP होती है फ्लाइंग स्लाइड के हिसाब से उड़ान भरने को कहा था। सुबह का जो दौर था उस वक्त मौसम खराब था, धुंध छाई हुई थी, तो आखिर इन्होंने उड़ान क्यों भरी, इसके ये दोषी पाए गए।
We will keep tracking this story. In fact, we have visuals coming in from Cyprus where Prime Minister is there on a 2-day visit. As you can see in the visuals, that is Prime Minister along with the External Affairs Minister there with the President of Cyprus as well. In the visual, speaking to the leaders during the day. He also met with the business leaders in Cyprus too. And this visit is very important for the bilateral relationship between the two countries, sending out a message, diplomatic message to Turkey as well, which in fact has 1/3 of the island to itself. And after Operation Sindoor, when Turkey supported Pakistan, this is now a strong message that is being given by the Prime Minister. There in the visual, you can see the Prime Minister with the President of Cyprus. In fact, earlier today, Prime Minister received the Grand Cross of Order 3, the highest civilian honor of Cyprus during his visit to the country. And this is any Prime Minister's visit to the country after 23 long years. This is a very, very crucial visit by him. And in the visuals, you can see him taking a tour of the area, speaking to the top leaders of the country, including the President of Cyprus, and looking there at the city as well. All right, so this, in fact, this visit is also giving a big message to Turkey as well. Cyprus, remember, after the Pahalgam attack, had supported India as far as on terrorism is concerned. It is an ally of India as well. And there you can see visuals of the Prime Minister with the President right there taking tour of that area. As I told you earlier in the day, he received the highest civilian honor of Cyprus. And in the evening, what we are learning is that he will head towards Canada for the G7 summit. He is on a 3-nation tour. The first one, as you can see, is in Cyprus, followed by Canada and then Croatia. All right, there in the visuals, you can see him there with the top leaders. Earlier the day, he also met with the business leaders. This is the first foreign visit in the last 23 years, and a strong message by this is also being given to Turkey, because Turkey backed Pakistan. It holds 1/3 of this island as well, and through this visit, Prime Minister is sending out a very, very strong diplomatic messaging as well. In fact, he's accompanied by the External Affairs Minister and Ajit Doval as well. And this nation visit is very important to enhance the bilateral relationship, the economy of the both country and the businesses as well. And hence, early in the day, he met with the business leaders there as well. Now he's being shown around the capital city there by the top leaders. All right, so after this, what we're learning is that Prime Minister will be leaving for Canada in the evening to attend the G7 summit. But before that, this is a very crucial visit by the Prime Minister to Cyprus, this island nation where Prime Minister is currently there. In the morning, he in fact met with the President and also with the business leaders there. After this, Prime Minister will be heading towards Canada for the G7 summit. He's been invited by Canadian Prime Minister. The nation has been recognized as the 5th largest economy, key partners in Indo-Pacific region. Focus will be on energy, minerals, trade, etc. And India is emerging as the strategic voice from the global south. Also, this visit is very important as far as the G7 visit is concerned. It will be to counter China through supply chains. Discussion on US-led trade perfectionism will also take place, and the focus will be on the tariff impacted globally, enhance economic cooperation via G7, secure tech, mineral, infra lines as well. All right, G7 is very important because it will help in expansion of the G7 Global South Cooperation. India will push for regional connectivity. Focus will be on critical mineral framework and to promote the Indo-Pacific Economic Corridor as well, and strategic projects under the G7 partnership. So a lot on the table as far as the G7 is concerned, and all eyes will be on Prime Minister's visit to Canada, where he will be welcomed by the diaspora, but the focus will be on the G7 summit that Prime Minister is all set to attend on the invitation of the Canadian Prime Minister, the newly elected Prime Minister of Canada. As far as G7 is concerned, on the top agenda is what we are learning, that Iran and Israel tensions will be the top agenda. Unified G7 stand on Middle East. Zelensky will also be joining the Ukraine talks. Push for durable peace mechanism and India's neutral voice for peace will be advocated during this very, very crucial visit to Canada. Also, as far as G7 is concerned, this will help in reviving the global partnership on WMDs, nuclear safety post-Ukraine conflict, secure material from rogue actors, and India's affirmation that there's a no-first policy. Multilateral safeguards also will be part of the discussion. So G7 summit is going to be very important as far as India is concerned, and Prime Minister will be heading to Canada today evening. All right, so as you can see in the visuals, Prime Minister is there in Cyprus, a very crucial meeting by the Prime Minister in the last 2 decades. He met with the President and the business leaders there. More and more visuals coming in from Cyprus. Now we're shifting our focus in the wake of the devastating Air India 171 crash near Ahmedabad. The frontline medical staff at the city's civil hospital recount their harrowing experience, from receiving the first wave of the injured passengers to working tirelessly throughout the night. Doctors and healthcare workers share their powerful first-hand account of this chaos, the urgency and the emotional it took on them. As victims poured in, the hospital turned into a warlike zone, stretched resources, non-stop emergency and heartbreaking moments were witnessed there. This ground report sheds light on the human side of the disaster response. Have a look.
एम्बुलेंस देखिए जो इस समय सामने खड़ी है, ये एम्बुलेंस सबसे पहले कहा जा रहा है कि हादसे के बाद अंदर पहुंची मदद के लिए। लगभग 35 108 की एम्बुलेंस यहां से जाती है, और जो शख्स और जो टीम यहां से गई, पहले मैं आपको दिखा दूं, यही वो शख्स हैं और यहाँ पर ये सभी लोग बैठे थे। कल जब ये हादसा हुआ तो पूरी टीम यहाँ पर 108 की बैठी हुई थी। यहाँ पर इनको पहली कॉल प्राप्त होती है कि यहाँ पर एक बड़ा हादसा हो गया, बड़ा धमाका हो गया। उसके बाद पूरी टीम तुरंत एक्टिव होती है और लगभग 35 से 40 एम्बुलेंस लगातार वहाँ से जाके डेड बॉडी लेकर आते हैं, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जाता है। लेकिन जिस शख्स के पास पहली कॉल आई और इस ऑपरेशन को आगे शुरू कैसे किया गया, कैसे पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा, क्या इन लोग का रिएक्शन था, ये सब कुछ हम जानने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। सर, क्या हुआ था सबसे पहले?
मेरा नाम जितेंद्र शाही है, 108 का मैनेजर हूँ मैं। जैसे ही मेरे पास हमारे यहाँ के हमारी टीम यहाँ पे बैठ के लंच का टाइम था, वो बैठी थी, सडनली यहाँ पे धमाका हुआ और हमारे यहाँ सुपरवाइज़र और टीम दौड़ के वहाँ पे देखने गई। पूरा आग का ज्वार फट रहा था और तुरंत यहाँ पे हमारी 4 से 5 एम्बुलेंस खड़ी रहती है। तुरंत वो एम्बुलेंस को बुलाया गया वहाँ पे, और जो अंदर से रेस्क्यू करके जितने जो हॉस्टल के बच्चे या सराउंड के अगल बगल के जो थे उनको शिफ्ट कर रहे थे। और 1:41 पे यहाँ के हमारे अधिकारी ने फ़ोन किया हमको, हम हेड ऑफिस में थे, तुरंत फ़ोन आया कि सर कुछ धमाका हुआ है, शायद प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, क्या हुआ है पता नहीं, आप जल्दी से फायर ब्रिगेड और एम्बुलेंसेस को भिजवाइए। और तुरंत हमने फिर 25 एम्बुलेंस की व्यवस्था करे और 25 एम्बुलेंस को भिजवाए। और फिर हमारी टीम तुरंत यहाँ पे पहुँच गई और ये जो पहला सर्वाइवर है जिसकी बात हो रही है विश्वास जी, उनको सबसे पहले कोई जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल या कोई रेस्क्यूअर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर है तो ये मिस्टर सतिंदर सिंह संधू है, जिन्होंने सबसे पहले वहाँ पे घटनास्थल पे उस बंदे को लेके एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट किया। एम्बुलेंस में प्राइमरी केयर देके उसको सिविल हॉस्पिटल अहमदाबाद में शिफ्ट किया गया था।
अच्छा, वो जो वीडियो मैं आपको बगल में दिखाऊंगा, जब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की सबसे पहले शुरुआत हुई, जब पहला एम्बुलेंस पहुंचा तो ये शख्स आपको उसमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इनकी पगड़ी भी आपको दिखाई देगी। वो वहां पर कैसे जल्दी एक्टिव होते हैं, एम्बुलेंस की सेवाएं पहुंचाते हैं अंदर। आपने तो सबसे पहले घटना देखा मेरे ख्याल से जब फोन गया।
हम लोग यहाँ पे खाना खा रहे थे, जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ तो बाहर जगह देखा तो पूरा धुआं हो रहा था। तो हमने पास आकर साथ में जाकर एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हम लोग लेकर गए, स्टाफ भी साथ में था। तो देखा वहाँ पे पूरे सब जगह आग फैली हुई थी। तो 2 पेशेंट, एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड था जो पूरा जला हुआ था, तो उसको हमने रेस्क्यू किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में। तो एम्बुलेंस के साथ में सिविल में उसको शिफ्ट किया। बाद में एक दूसरा पर्सन था जो अंदर जाना चाहता था, उसको पकड़ के हम लोग बाहर लाए। उसको भी इंजरी हुई थी, उसको भी हमने शिफ्ट किया एम्बुलेंस के साथ में हॉस्पिटल में। बाद में पता चला कि वो एम्बुलेंस जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ उसमें से वो पर्सन गिरे थे बाहर।
अच्छा, जो शख्स बच गए थे उनको भी आप ही लोग रेस्क्यू करके लाए थे?
With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, smoke and sparks fly near wheel of a Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus. He's all set to leave for Canada in the evening. We'll get you details on this and much more after this very short break. Stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहाँ से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था। और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे, वो छोड़ कर निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
हाँ जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायत।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से, अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे, उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है, 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत हो।
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. Five days after AI171 crash investigation picks pace, DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary hold key meeting at the MHA. 99 DNA samples of AI171 crash victims match, 64 bodies handed over to the kin. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of a Saudi airplane while landing at the Lucknow airport Sunday. Woman illegally assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar of Bengaluru. And Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. An Air India Boeing 7878 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong, where the airport landed safely. Acting on standard safety protocols, the pilot decided to return to the point of origin rather than continue the journey. And this is yet another instance of Air India planes getting into this kind of technical snag. In fact, in this particular instance, the AI315 faced fuel injection issues. Now, that's typically something which can become dangerous. For that, to understand that, we are joined in by aviation expert Subhash Goyal. And Mr. Goyal, gathering from whatever reports are coming in about this AI315 Air India flight from Hong Kong to Delhi, there was some fuel injection issue that cropped up mid-air. Now, it can get scary if the engines are getting starved of fuel. The pilot, of course, took the right call by going back to the point of origin because that was closer. What could have possibly gone wrong?
Well, I cannot say because right now, once bitten, twice shy. After this tragic incident in Ahmedabad, all the airlines are very careful, and on small pretext, they are trying to double check and they are trying to be safe rather than being sorry, which is a good thing. because DGCA has also given instructions that you have to double check everything, particularly Boeing 787s. And not just this flight from Hong Kong, but even Saudia landed in Lucknow, even American Airline turned back from midair, even Lufthansa turned back. So I think something is wrong somewhere. Either someone is, being overcautious, and which is the right thing to do, because, you cannot take chances now after this tragic incident. Every airline is becoming overcautious, and it is better to, even the smallest thing. Earlier, people were ignoring it, or they were saying that, okay. But now, I think the world has shaken after this incident, and everyone is extra cautious, which is a good thing.
Right. Good caution is good, of course, always. Better late than sorry. But stay with us, Mr. Goel. There is another aspect of this flight which experienced a mid-air technical issue prompting the aircraft to return to Hong Kong, which is the suspected malfunction was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. EICAS, as it is called, is a critical system that monitors various aircraft parameters, including engines, hydraulics, and fuel system, and alerts the crew to any deviations from normal operations. Upon receiving the alert, the flight crew prioritized passenger safety and decided to return to Hong Kong as a precautionary measure. All right, continuing with this, Mr. Goel, you heard that this is basically the crew was alerted, as I understand from this description, about a malfunction in the fuel engine indication, and this is the system, but this was basically about fuel bypass, engine 2's fuel filter bypass, which means there was something which was causing trouble for the engine to receive fuel properly, right? As I understand it, it says engine 2's fuel filter bypass.
These are highly fly-by-wire computerized, machines, and everything gets an indication. The pilot gets an indication. What is baffling us is why on AI171 the pilots could not get any indication, or by the time they got indication, it was too late. So we don't know. The whole thing will tell us.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we always come to believe that there are 30-odd computers that, these are highly technical and technologically advanced systems, and that these planes can really fly on their own with the press of a button, etc. But still, there have been crashes, Mr. Goel, with similar circumstances as were faced by the Hong Kong-New Delhi flight today. So let's understand. My colleague Tanisha joins us with more on what kind of failures have happened in similar situations. Tanisha, over to you.
Absolutely, Abhishek. Now, what we're talking about here is, like you were talking to Subhash Goel about how the engine had refused to take fuel, and that could have resulted in a major tragedy. Thankfully, it was averted. Now, let's have a look at when incidents like this, when engine failure like this was reported in the past, what tragedy it had led to. Number one was the AF447 crash that happened in 2009, where Air France pilot 447 crashed 2009. Now, remember, it was because of the same incident, the same engine failure that we are reporting here in the Hong Kong-Delhi flight, that it had reported. The same failure was reported in 2009 as well, and that is when the Air France pilot had crashed. Moving on, the other one was AF447 crash 2009, where Airbus A330 lost airspeed and data mid-air. Now, this tragedy happened mid-air. Thankfully, what we're talking about here is the Hong Kong Delhi flight that was grounded back to Hong Kong because it had reported an engine failure. Had it been mid-air, it would have been a huge cause of concern, and it was not. So this is another incident where a similar kind of engine failure, remember, was reported, and another one was ECAM gave multiple conflicting warnings, and the crash that happened in 2009 is where we're talking about that the ECAM had given multiple warnings. Pilots misread alerts, entered stall. Now, these are several warnings that were given once the engine had failed. The pilots were given wrong communication, and that is what led to the tragic crash in the year 2009. The aircraft plunged into Atlantic Ocean. So that was the tragedy that happened. Remember, when a similar kind of engine failure was reported, like it was reported today, in the Hong Kong to New Delhi flight. All the 228 passengers and crew that were on board had then died. Nobody was able to survive as it crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. Very fatal tragedy, viewers, that had come in the year 2009. Now, British Airways, 2008. This is another incident that dates back to 2008, where the British Airways flight 38 had crashed. In the year 2008, it was a Boeing 777 that faced fuel flow blockage. Remember, here as well, when we are talking about similarities, the engine had refused to take fuel, and that is when the flight had to be grounded to Hong Kong. In the same case, in 2008 as well, there was a similar situation that had come to fore. Ice buildup reduced engine thrust suddenly. Now, these were some of the crucial problems that the aircraft that crashed in 2008, that was the British Airways, faced when the engines had failed. There was no EICAS warning that was there given before the power loss. So these are very crucial points that have come to the fore. Once Air India and DGCA issues a detailed statement on what actually went wrong after the engine failure is when we get to know on what kind of similarities does the Hong Kong Delhi flight have to incidents like these. The aircraft, remember, the British Airways that crashed in 2008, the aircraft crash landed short of the runway. It was a very tragic incident that had happened. All of them survived, but aircraft was completely destroyed. So this was another incident came to fore in 2008. So we got your incidents from 2009, 2008. Now another incident that had come to fore was back in the year 1989, when it was a United Airlines tragedy. This happened, remember, in the year 1989, where United Airlines Flight 232 crashed in 1989. A similar kind of situation that we saw again in the Hong Kong Delhi flight had happened then in 1989. The DC-10 suffered mid-air engine failure. So engine failure is said to be most of the reasons why these tragedies happen, why the aircraft crashes. We got you 3 incidents starting from 2008, 2009, and now this one is from 1989. The hydraulic systems severed and it lost complete control. And remember, engine is a very crucial part as far as we talk about the aircraft, and several theories were also peddling as far as the Ahmedabad crash is concerned. And this engine failure had resulted in EICAS alerted but could not prevent the crash. Another tragic incident that had come to fore in the year 1989. The pilots used engine thrust to steer, but it was all in vain. So these are the 3 incidents that we've got to you. A very, very similar situation that happened today in the Hong Kong Delhi flight that happened in the past 3 years as well. However, a major tragedy was averted today. Abhishek.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. These clearly are examples of how, despite having best of systems, things can go wrong. Technology is not foolproof, and that's why you need to be on your guard. Thank you so much, Tanisha, with those details. In fact, we want to stay with the story. We want to get to you, viewers, what's the nation thinking. And so we're getting a caller from Abhijit Chaudhary from Kolkata. Abhijit, what do you want to share with us?
Hi, Abhishek.
Yes, Mr. Chaudhary, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, from the last few days after the incident happened, it appears that we are getting a bit scared, flying. But you must agree that flying is the safest mode of transport till date. Because I mean, people can get scared the way things are reported. I mean, it's okay that, the news you are reporting is that it must go to the airlines and the operators instead of the viewers. The viewers can get scared, I would say.
Yeah, you are right, absolutely, because it is always touted as the safest mode of transport, but the fact is that the survival rate is very low. If you meet with an accident, then the chances of surviving are very slim vis-a-vis other modes of transport. Sukanya from Mumbai joins us on the phone line. Sukanya, your thoughts? Abhijit was just saying that there is a sense of fear, despite the fact that air travel seems to be the safest mode of transport in terms of the efficiency with which the aircrafts carry people. Sukanya.
Yes. Hi, Abhishek. Hi, everyone. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Sukanya.
Yes. This is indeed a scary moment, tough phase for Indian civil aviation industry. But we cannot play with the lives of the people. Who are the players who are accountable? Who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders need to be accountable for each and every life. When a carrier carries, they are not only carrying people, they are carrying their lives, they are carrying nation's future, nation's present, and nation's past. So many doctors we have lost, so many, we had engineers, we had doctors, so many professionals we have lost. They're all national assets. So keeping all these things in mind, the Civil Aviation Ministry and all the stakeholders, they should be accountable and they should be made accountable, and they should see that if the AI, the flight, the Dreamliner is not working, what is the next best solution? If it is the ground ground handling staff. And there are many articles which have been coming out in various publications that there are lines of sabotage, there are lines of other things. But whatever it is, we as travelers, we trust everyone. We trust the pilot. We risk our life because we have to travel. And now traveling is the new norm. Everything is spread across the globe, across India. We have to see our kith and kin, and our businesses are spread. Our kids are studying abroad. We have to see everyone. It's become a global family. We all become part of globe. So when we travel like this, each and every time, the risk, the safety measures, SOPs, which have to be followed, which have to be really adhered to, has to be really looked into. And everyone, the stakeholders, they should take all the suggestions, whether it is, whenever yesterday also, I had taken a flight from Bangalore to Pune, and I found that, there are lackadaisical approach from the ground staff. They are not able to handle people's theory. Right. They are not able, because the staffs are very less in ground. And they are very inexperienced. Right. So there is the carriers today, whether it is Indigo or any other flight, they're all appointing very young people. Where is the training to them? So enough training, enough knowledge to be imparted. Absolutely. So all these things have to be. You cannot risk. But we are at mercy of you. So we understand your situation also. But all these issues, all these things need to be taken into consideration by all the stakeholders. And to be implemented.
Absolutely, Sukanya. You have, in fact, along with Abhijit, really, expressed what's there in the minds of the people at large in the country, the concerns, the fears, and of course, the thought that authorities should be strict and authorities should be clear about what's going into the processes, have tight control over them. Moving on for now, in a chilling breach of prison security, political rivalries have turned violent inside Shivamoga Central Jail. A JDS worker was brutally attacked by fellow inmates in a clash that's now raising serious questions about VIP treatment and smuggled phones behind bars. Here's a quick report.
In In a shocking incident from Shivamoga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff, and an official inquiry is expected.
In a tragic incident, a bridge over the Indriani River near Talegaon in Pune collapsed, leaving 4 people dead and at least 51 injured. 10 to 15 tourists fear trapped. Rescue operations are currently underway with a quick response team reaching the site. In the wake of the disaster, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is currently in Cyprus, spoke with Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who briefed him on the ongoing rescue and relief measures being taken to assist the affected.
मैं इस समय पुणे के इंद्रानी नदी मौजूद हूँ, सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम के साथ मौजूद हूँ। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम निकली हुई है। इंद्रानी नदी में सर्च किया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे कोई व्यक्ति आके फंसा हुआ तो नहीं है। ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो लाइफ गार्ड की टीम है, रेस्क्यू की टीम है, उसके साथ मैं मौजूद हूँ। और इंद्रानी नदी का तस्वीर देखिए, सामने देखिए, वहाँ पर एक सर्च ऑपरेशन की टीम आ रही है सामने से, उधर से सर्च किया जा रहा है, जो कि जहाँ पे जो पुल का हादसा हुआ, जहाँ घटना हुआ, वहाँ से 1 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हम मौजूद हैं और नदी के अंदर मौजूद है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से दूसरी टीम सर्च करते हुए आ रही है। हम दूसरे साइड से जा रहे हैं, इधर से सर्च करते हुए जा रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू है। जिस तरह से कल घटना हुई, जो 3:30 बजे तकरीबन ये घटना हुई। तस्वीर देखिए, साथ में तस्वीर देखिए, तीसरी टीम ये देखिए किस तरह से सर्च ऑपरेशन के लिए इंद्रानी नदी में उतरी है और सर्च किया जा रहा है कि कोई व्यक्ति जो, क्योंकि घटना जो हुई है लगभग 1 किलोमीटर दूरी पर हुई है और नदी का बहाव देख सकते हैं, नदी का बहाव कितनी तेज है, क्योंकि लगातार बारिश हो रही है और बारिश होने की वजह से लगातार कहेंगे पानी तेज रफ्तार से बह रहा है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से कल घटना हुई 3:30 बजे, जिस तरह से पुणे के इंद्रानी नदी, ये मावल गांव है, जो कि गांव पे पर जो लोहे का ब्रिज था, और जिस तरह से कल वहां पे पर्यटक वहां पे इकट्ठा हुए, इसके बाद ब्रिज जो है एकाएक गिरी और इस हादसे में 4 लोग की मौत हुई है, 51 लोगों को बचाया गया है। हमारे साथ जो बचाव करने वाले जो टीम है हमारे साथ मौजूद है। आप लोग सर्च कर रहे हैं, क्या देख रहे हैं?
नमस्कार, वन्यजीव रक्षक मावल संस्था, आमची रेस्क्यू टीम है। रेस्क्यू टीम पर जाए सर्च करते हैं। हमारा इधर रेस्क्यू टीम चल रही है। कल कम से कम 51 लोग बाहर निकले हैं और 4 लोग तो की डेथ हो गई है। और आज सर्च ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं कि कोई और आदमी गए नहीं रहेगा, तो किसी का मिसिंग कंप्लीट तो नहीं है, फिर भी हम सर्च कर रहे हैं कि कुछ रहेगा तो।
All right, that was the rescuer side, but what about the victims? Satya Prakash also spoke to some of those who got injured during that situation, and amidst NDRF rescue, some of them were brought out. Listen to what they had to say.
सर, हम लोग शादी में गए थे, आने का टाइम उधर गया, गाड़ी 4 के मेरा नदी के पड़ाल लगा दिया और उधर गया। 2 बजे कंप्लीट हो गई, 2-2:30 बजे का है ना टाइम। तो मैं बोला आदमी को, सब आ रहे, इतना आदमी मत खड़ा रहो। आदमी आई सुनता नहीं था, मेरा कोई सुनता नहीं था। 100 आदमी से ज़्यादा पब्लिक था उसके ऊपर,
ब्रिज के ऊपर।
हाँ, ब्रिज के ऊपर 100 आदमी के ज़्यादा पब्लिक था, आने 7 गाड़ी था उसके ऊपर। हाँ,
ये लोहे के ब्रिज पे सारे लोग खड़े थे,
पूरा खड़ा था पूरा। आदमी बोलता है ना, उसको गाड़ी पुल हल रहा है, वो कौन नहीं सुना था। सब आदमी के नीचे गया, मेरे सामने एक पत्थर लग गया, जागे पे गया वो। हाँ,
क्या हालात थे उस समय जब ये ब्रिज गिरा? तो क्या हालात थे? लोग चिल्ला रहे थे?
वो बहुत चिल्ला रहा था, साहब मेरे को बचा दो भगवान, मेरे को बचा दो भगवान। सब बोला था बचा दो, सब आदमी। मैं भी बोला था भगवान को बचा दो मेरी देवी का माता का। मेरा पाई कट हो गया, हाँ, टाच है ना, कट हो गया मेरा पूरा। हाँ, तो मेरा दोनों पाई नीचे गया था पुल के नीचे। हाँ मैंने ऊपर खींच दिया, मेरे पास गाड़ी था मेरे आंख पे ऊपर।
कौन सी गाड़ी थी?
2 व्हीलर गाड़ी थी, स्कूटी। हाँ वो मेरे आंख पे था, मैं साइड पे गाड़ी दबा दिया, कैसे तरी मेरे आंख पे दर्द था, मैं साइड पे दबा, मैं ऊपर पाए नहीं, ऊपर आता नहीं मेरा पाए, उसका सीमेंट का बोझा मेरे ऊपर आ रहा था। वो मैंने कुछ नहीं देखा, पाए तो कुछ भी होने दो, वो आप निकलना मांगता है ऊपर।
एक दूसरे के ऊपर गिरे थे?
हाँ बहुत गिरा था, सब आदमी गिरा है, मेरे आदमी से 2 आदमी गिरा था।
लोग बह के भी आगे गए थे नदी में?
हाँ बहुत गए ना नदी, पानी में बहुत गए ना आदमी, 25 आदमी पानी में गए, आदमी 25 आदमी गए पानी में गोवा के।
इस हादसे को किसके जिम्मेदार मानते हैं?
अभी आता जिम्मेदार वो सरकार को, पुल बोला था सरकार की क्या चुकी नहीं, वो ग्राम पंचायत की चुकी नहीं, ग्राम पंचायत ने 2 बार बोर्ड लगा दिया है, पुल धोखेदायक है, पुल गिरने वाला है, दर दिन बोला था पुल धोखेदायक है, गिरने वाला है, दर दिन सांगता था, हम लोग भी बोलता, सब लोग को हम उधर रहता है, हम दर दिन बोलता है पुलों को खड़ा मत रहो, हमारा 2-3 बार झगड़ा हो गया उसके साथ, आदमी से था, वो बोल रहा है होने दे, कुछ होने दे।
बाहर के जो लोग आते हैं घूमने के लिए?
हाँ बाहर आते हैं घूमने के लिए, वो बाहर आते हैं ना घूमने के लिए, उसने वही था उसका।
तो वहाँ पे ब्रिज पे जो लोहे का ब्रिज था, वहाँ पे जो भीड़ इकट्ठा हो गई, लोग वहाँ खड़े होकर सेल्फी भी खींच रहे थे?
वो बहुत सेल्फी खींचा था, उसके पुल के ऊपर फोटो निकाल रहा था, और मैं बोला अरे 100 आदमी पुल के ऊपर, तुम नीचे मत जाओ, साइड में खड़ा रहो, पीछे रहो। आदमी सुनता नहीं था हमारा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। हाँ। और वाया फ्लाइट था। हाँ। तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था। हाँ। UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब। और
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहाँ से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ।
हाँ।
On prime time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to this Monday 4 p.m. live and breaking, and even as investigators pick up the threads and the probe picks pace on the crash of AI171 flight in Ahmedabad, any other incidents that are getting reported about technical snags are sending jitters around the nation. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. 5 days after AI171 crash, investigation picks pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary hold key meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs. "99 DNA samples of AI171 crash victims matched, 64 bodies handed over to the care." Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of a Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. A woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar, Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi receives a ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, set to leave for Canada in the evening. Israel's military has said that it has hit command centers of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps following days of attacks focused on Tehran's nuclear program. Senior leadership of and infrastructure. The IDF eliminated 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials, including the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization. Yesterday, fighter jets guided by precise IDF intelligence struck a structure in Tehran housing top Iranian intelligence officials. Iranian strikes overnight killed several people, while several Tel Aviv buildings not far from the US consulate have been destroyed. Meanwhile, President Trump nixed Israel's plans to kill Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, according to one US official, calling Iran's leadership weak. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested in a Fox News interview on Sunday that the conflict could result in a regime change. This is on the back of 4 days of intense war that's been going on between the two nations, and even as Israel has succeeded in eliminating almost the entire leadership of the Iranian military, even Iran has successfully launched over 200 missiles on Israel, and this time hitting many of the targets. In fact, Israel for the first time could be suffering some casualties also. All right, staying with the story, a massive fire has erupted at an oil field in Iran following an Israeli airstrike. Visuals show thick plumes of black smoke rising high into the sky, with emergency crews rushing to the scene. The cause of the blaze is still under investigation. These are pictures of the huge blaze in Iran and carried out by Israel. And this is essentially a result of one of the Israeli warheads hitting an oil depot. More visuals of the same strikes have ignited a massive fire at a residential building in Israel. Visuals show flames ripping through multiple floors as residents scramble to evacuate. These are pictures of a residential building in Israel hit by Iran and on fire. And of course, the residents were evacuated. Israel follows very strict safety drills where every building has a bunker, and fire crews are on the ground. We are being told these are, of course, pictures from earlier. And the blaze, they're still battling with the blaze. It's not controlled yet. These are pictures from June 15. Another set of visuals from the theater of war in West Asia. These are from earlier, and these are fresh pictures that we have received, but these are from earlier, and they show the scale of the warhead which has landed and struck. These are pictures of Israeli strikes that have rocked Tehran, and with explosions reported near strategic military sites in the city. The attacks have sparked panic and heightened tensions in the region as Iran scrambles to respond. No official word yet on casualties insofar as this particular strike is concerned, but of course Iran says that it has lost over 200 plus of its citizens to Israeli airstrikes. Another round of pictures. Israel has launched missile strikes on Iran, targeting key military sites in central provinces. The Israeli Defense Forces claim missile launchers and weapon depots were destroyed in the operation. This is essentially Israel targeting military sites to downgrade Iranian capacity to hit back, which of course Iran has been doing. All this happening in the midst of an ongoing escalation between the two sides. But we are staying with this story. More breaking news development. The Israeli Air Force has carried out a major strike on Iran, hitting around 100 military targets in Isfahan this time. The IDF says over 50 fighter jets destroyed missile storage sites and launchers minutes before a planned attack on Israel, according to the IDF. 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers have now been dismantled. That seems like a massive Israeli strike which has taken down 1/3 of Iran's missile launchers, thus denuding and debilitating Iranian capacity to hit back and carry out retaliatory strikes on Israel. Okay, we have, in fact, senior journalist from Israel, Nick Kolyothin, joining us. live on the story. Nick, we are seeing pictures. We also have, I should introduce Yasser Nazifi Gilwan. He's a Tehran-based journalist, so we effectively have representatives, both Israel and Iran, on our broadcast now. I would begin with you, Nick, first, since I introduced you first. For the first time, we have seen the kind of strikes that Israel is facing. The famed Iron Dome and the Arrow Shield, they seem not to be succeeding as much as they should vis-a-vis the Iranian strikes.
Yes, that's right. Maybe Iran using more sophisticated missiles, big ballistic missiles with a high speed, and they are overwhelming the Israeli defense system, so they can't intercept 100% of the rockets. But yet Israel has 4 different layers of defense, and if it throws all of them, it hit on the ground. As you can see here behind me, this is the center of Tel Aviv, and this is the damage of just one ballistic missile that hit here tonight. And you can see how much of the destruction here behind me. Those are residential buildings in the center of Tel Aviv. Hundreds of families are living in those buildings, and they are all completely destroyed. You can see this is a complete destruction of so many buildings here all around. You can see all of them destroyed. And also there is here a construction of underground metro station. Actually, I'm standing above it, and it also can collapse any moment, so it's really dangerous to be here. And here, this large building, inside of that, at least used to be, but maybe still, offices of the U.S. Embassy and the consulate. And as you can see, the devastation of this building is really huge. Maybe it also will collapse. Everybody evacuated from this building, like from all other buildings here around. And actually, the wave of the shock wave after this missile was for hundreds of meters. And there are so many people here in Israel that living in this residential central area of Tel Aviv that they all felt it, and there is a lot of trauma. Many people lost their houses, many lost their shops, businesses, and there are hundreds of people that were injured. We still don't know if somebody else could be survived and if there are some casualties. The security forces and rescue forces still trying to understand the damage here, but it is showing you that Iran targeting civilian areas. There are no military targets here whatsoever. The only thing is the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. Consulate. And maybe this will be a sign for U.S. to join this war against Iran, because Iran may be targeting deliberately the consulate and the embassy of the U.S. in Tel Aviv. As you can see here behind me, the damage is amazing. It is one rocket, just one rocket.
Yeah, Nick, stay with us. I'll come back to you. But let me go to Yasser also. He's joining us from Tehran. Yasser, like in the case of Israel, so in the case of Iran, massive pictures of massive destruction. And particularly in the case of Iran, individuals, your military leadership targeted. In fact, there are reports that Israel wanted to go after the topmost levels of leadership, but then the Americans prevailed. And for example, Supreme Leader Khamenei has not been targeted. What's the situation like there on the ground, according to you, Yasser?
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, I want to have a comment about the footages that you played before the dialogue that we have now. The video number 4 was depicting the Iranian missiles hitting Israel, and unfortunately it was captioned wrongly that it was Israeli missiles hitting Iran. Second of all, about the comments that your journalist, the other guest had about Iranian missiles targeting civilian area. This is the kind of narrative that the Israeli regime is trying to convey to the world. This is an Israeli tactic. We are already familiar with it. As we know that in Gaza, more than 50,000 people have been killed, and most of them are women and children. Also in Iran, in the last 3 days, we have had 200 casualties. 1/3 of them are women. So I think that it can be easily understood that they initiated the war against the UN Charter, against any international norm and law. So they have initiated the war, and now they are claiming that the Iranian missiles are targeting civilian areas. If you go to numbers and the statistics, you can easily understand who is hitting civilian areas, because 200 people have been killed in Iran, and 1/3 of them are women and children. But in Israel, there are only 20 people being killed, and just 1 or 2 women or children among them. And it is because they have been residing in areas near military headquarters and intelligence headquarters in Tel Aviv and Haifa. So I think that the audience will be wise enough to understand the kind of deception that Israeli regime is trying to use to deviate the attention from the realities that we have in the field.
Right.
What we have in the field as reality is that Israel is initiated the war, and they are using FPVs and small drones to target civilian areas in Iran, to assassinate scientists. And they again claim to have been using their Air Force to target these people in Tehran. But actually, analysts and the verification of videos and evidence that we have had so far, it shows that for 8 months they have been building up for it, and they have sent many pieces of drones and FPVs to Tehran. And some of these places that they have been trying to assemble, Mossad agents have been trying to assemble FPVs in Tehran, have been discovered. The footages are available online, you can find out. And they have been arrested. They have been using civilian pickup trucks and cargo trucks in order to launch attacks in Tehran and in other areas. So far, they have been unsuccessful to blow serious, to deliver a serious blow to Iranian nuclear sites, despite their claims that they have initiated it against Iranian civilian nuclear project. Most of the targets have been civilian places and sites inside Tehran. They are trying to
sorry to be interjecting, but Israel claims that almost 1/3 of your rocket launchers or missile launchers have been eliminated, and that's a substantial denuding of your capacity to hit back. Not that it's visible, because still we can see Iran hitting back at Israel every night. I'm just going to Nick for a bit, and then I come back to you. Yasser, just stay with us. Nick, the charge against Israel is that you are targeting civilian areas also, because while you have succeeded in eliminating some of the military leadership, a majority of those killed, the casualties, are of civilians.
I'm not in Iran. I can say just what Israel's saying, but I can tell you for sure, and to your correspondent from Tehran, I live in Tel Aviv for many years, and this is a residential area. You can see behind me, those are buildings of people that are living here. It is not a military target. There are no bases of military here, even not close to here, and you can see the destruction of those buildings. You can see how massive the destruction is. I don't understand how you can say that this is a military target. Just see how imminent the danger to citizens of Israel, to residents from those Iranian rockets. See how much damage. Try to imagine what's happening to the people that are there. And the shock wave of one ballistic missile of Iran is going for hundreds of meters. So even if Israel started the war, no matter what Israel is doing, there is no justification to do that. There is no justification to shoot at the residential buildings, at people that they have nothing to do with the war. The people that live here, they are not taking the decisions. They are not fighting against Iran. They are not sending any kind of missiles, and you can see the destruction to their houses, to their lives, to their homes, to their businesses. And you can't say Israel started, so we can do whatever we want. Israel started because Iran threatening to destroy Israel for many years, and they are trying to develop nuclear weapons. And with nuclear weapons, they can destroy Israel with one bomb. And they already sending those kind of missiles. So try to understand what will be if they have a nuclear bomb.
Nick, yes, while the pictures speak for themselves, as I was mentioning earlier, this is the first time perhaps in recent memory that we can see those kind of pictures coming out of Israel where Israeli targets have been hit, which also in a way underscores the kind of military muscle that Iran has developed over the last few years, that they can also retaliate and hit back whenever Israel picks up. But my question is, to you first, Yasser, and then Nick, quickly. Are we looking at any possibility of both the sides pulling back? Yasser, what are the bare minimum conditions on which you think that Iran would consider pulling back from the war? I think there is some issue there with the connection of Yasser from Tehran. Okay, we'll have to leave it there then, because we have to. Okay, let's go now to pictures coming in from Rajkot, where the last journey of former Chief Minister of the state, Vijay Rupani, is taking place. His mortal remains after DNA match were handed over to him in Ahmedabad Civil Hospital earlier in the morning. Remember, Vijay Rupani was on that ill-fated Air India Flight AI171, which crashed in Ahmedabad on Thursday. Rupani was going to London to be with his daughter, who stays there. And as it happened with all the victims, Rupani also, all but one victims, Rupani also perished in that crash. His mortal remains, in fact, were located just yesterday only, and after DNA matching, they were handed over to the family today. Now, the last rites are to take place in Rajkot, which is his hometown. Remember, Vijay Rupani began his career in the Municipal Corporation of Rajkot back in the 1980s and 90s, and then rose through the ranks of the BJP to ultimately become the Chief Minister of the state in 2016 when Anandiben Patel vacated the seat, and Rupani was put at the helm in the state just 1 year before the Gujarat elections were to be held in 2017. He shepherded the party successfully, and BJP came back to power despite the Patel rebellion that was going on in the state. Vijay Rupani, affable, soft-spoken leader of the BJP. We have a reporter on the ground. Let's listen to that. Okay, so basically there's some connectivity issue there, but in Rajkot, which is seen as the capital of Saurashtra, Vijay Rupani was someone who was soft-spoken, mild-mannered. He had been spokesperson of the party in the state, chief spokesperson. He had been minister in the Anandiben Patel government, and then of course he became the chief minister. Before that, he was also party president of the state and handled numerous responsibilities. He was a quintessential organization man. When he was asked to become chief minister, he became so. And when he was asked to make way for Bhupendra Patel in 2021, he very happily resigned and made way for Bhupendra Patel, because for him, it was essentially the organization which gave him whatever he became, and then organization had the right. Gopi is now live with us. Gopi, over to you. Last journey of former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, going on in Rajkot.
viewers who have tuned in late. It was at around 12:30 that the mortal remains of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was taken from this very place, from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital to Rajkot's Hirasar Airport. Now from Rajkot Hirasar Airport, what we are learning from our sources is from the Greenland crossroads, his mortal remains are being taken towards his residence based in Rajkot. Let's tell our viewers that he hails from Rajkot, as you were mentioning about it just a short while back. An affable leader, he began his political career as a corporator, later on went on to become the mayor of Rajkot, and then he became the member of Rajya Sabha. So his body is now being taken at his residence, which is based in Rajkot, from where his body would be kept for an hour at his residence. What we can see is there are thousands of people around to pay last tribute to their favorite leader, Vijay Rupani, while we are also seeing that leaders like Purushottam Rupala, as well as other Rajkot leaders are also present in the procession. While just a short while from now, we are expecting Home Minister Amit Shah is also going to be there, along with Home Minister of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghvi, Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, as well as Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel would also be there. While from his residence at around 5 p.m., 5:15 p.m., his last journey is going to begin from his residence, and there's over 6 kilometer stretch in Rajkot where his body is going to be, his mortal remains will be passing till the Ratpara crematorium, where final rites are going to happen. Back to you.
Right, Gopi, and I believe Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also slated to be there in Rajkot when the last rites happen, as also, of course, Gujarat Chief Minister. What are you hearing about that?
In fact, yes, as you have correctly mentioned, Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be there for the last rites, while, as I've just mentioned, that it will be the Chief Minister of Bhupendra Patel who will also be present for the last rites of the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. We will be back after the short commercial break. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की की।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से।
MDH की
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी, फिर उनसे
watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. We'll get you more details of that. But first, as always, the headlines. Five days after Air India 171 crash, investigation picks up pace. DGCA, BCAS and Civil Aviation Secretary holds key meeting at MHA. 99 DNA samples of Air India 171 crash victims matched. 64 bodies handed over to the kin of victims. Major technical glitch forces Air India Delhi-bound flight to return to Hong Kong. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi airline plane while landing at the Lucknow airport. In Karnataka, women assaulted by Rapido bike taxi driver near a showroom in Jayanagar. Prime Minister receives ceremonial welcome in Cyprus. He is all set to leave for Canada in this evening. Let's get you more details on the plane crash investigation. What we're learning is that a high-level meeting on the Ahmedabad air crash led by Home Secretary has concluded. The meeting was attended by Aviation Secretary, Gujarat government officials, DGCA and Intelligence Bureau representatives. The committee formed by the Ministry of the Civil Aviation is mandated to complete the investigation within 3 months and compile a report. The meeting aims to gather information from various stakeholders about the response and knowledge of the crash. So the high-level committee that has been formed by the government held a meeting today. They will also be visiting the crash site, and this investigation will conclude in the next 3 months, and that is the timeline that has been given to the high-level committee to probe what actually went wrong as far as the plane crash incident is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Harsha, you've been tracking this story. Today, this crucial meeting took place. Tell us details about what was discussed and what was the outcome of this meeting.
So it's too early to say exactly what's the outcome of the meeting, but yes, the meeting went on for 2 hours exactly. The meeting, which commenced at 2:30, now has concluded at 4:30 p.m. Now we have known that all the stakeholders, which were the part of the high-level committee, have already left the MHA. But it's very important to know that the details and the reason behind the plane crash is very important to know, and that's what the authorities are investigating also. Now it was a first meeting today, and there was a discussion between all these stakeholders because the officials from the regulators, DGCA, BCAS were here. The official from Ahmedabad Police was here. It was under the chairmanship of Home Secretary. Also, the civil aviation officials were also here. So all these stakeholders today met and at large discussed exactly what would have went wrong. They also discussed about several videos which had emerged during the time of the plane crash also in detail. Also the reasoning, what could be the reason. DGCA has been asked to give the reports what exactly Air India has been stating in this entire time after the plane crash, what the engineers of the Air India have stated till now. So it was a first meeting, but yes, the investigation will go on for long. As we already know, there's a 3 months time and the report has to come in after 3 months exactly what was the reason behind the plane crash. So this was the first meeting, but it went on for almost 2 hours. Now all the officials from the meeting have already left, but more to go. We'll get to know soon exactly when is the second round of meeting for the officials to meet in this regard. Back to you.
Absolutely. So this was a high-level meeting that was taking place today in the national capital. In fact, Harsha getting us those details here. Harsha, stay on with us. In fact, we are getting another breaking news. Air India Boeing again faces technical glitch, couldn't take off from Zurich to the national capital even after 5 hours delay. Boeing 787 again faces technical issue. Flight number AI172. Which was going from Zurich to the national capital, and it was to depart at midnight, and the revised departure time was then 5:30 in the evening. Current status is that further delayed due to the technical glitch. Another such incident has now come to the fore. Let me again bring in my colleague Harsha. Harsha, since morning we've been reporting how Dreamliner 787 is under the scrutiny. Firstly, the Hong Kong incident, and now another incident has come to the fore. Give us more details about this.
So if we see, there's not much difference in the timing of both the airline 787. The Hong Kong one was scheduled at 6:20 a.m. in the morning, while this we see it was scheduled at 12 o'clock. It delayed by 5 hours. It was delayed to 5 hours. 5:30 was it scheduled. 5:30 was 5:30 was the scheduled time, and it had to take off. And this is the revised timing which I'm telling you, because 5:30 is the time in Zurich. If 5:30 is the Zurich time, and if we calculate according to the Delhi time, according to India time, the flight already would have been taken off at 12 o'clock, but that couldn't happen. The flight was delayed for 5 hours, and still the flight couldn't take off. It is the Zurich, it is the aircraft Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, the same Dreamliner which we have been talking about is under scrutiny, facing lot of technical issue, and also this plane couldn't take off because continuously the technical fault is emerging in the flight, and pilot again and again is stating that there is some issue, some high technical glitch in the aircraft, because of which the flight couldn't take off. So the passengers have still not boarded. They were boarded twice. They were deboarded twice. They're still stuck at Zurich International Airport. They have not taken off for Delhi. The flight which was supposed to take off at 12 o'clock couldn't take off yet, and it's a grave concern. It's a matter of serious concern if regard as passenger safety is concerned, and about the passenger travel is also concerned. The passengers have been waiting there for long, and they still don't know whether their flight will be rescheduled, it will be cancelled, any substitute flight will be arranged. Until now, there has been no statement from Air India on the overall situation and the condition of Boeing. Since morning, there's the second Boeing aircraft which is facing technical issue in the aircraft. Back to you.
Absolutely. Earlier also we saw a templated response coming in from Air India. In the first Hong Kong incident, they in fact said that inspection would be carried out. But put this thing into perspective, Harsha. Remember, DGCA had said that inspection of these aircrafts would be undertaken. Tell us why hasn't it completed, and why, despite these non-completion of the inspection, why are these Dreamliners still taking off?
the inspection has to be done from the side of the Air India and the engineering team as well, which are placed at different locations. The Air India staff and engineers were located at different places, and this is extremely shocking that how we were talking at multiple times. We are also speaking on record that how DGCA also earlier stated given so many show cause notices to Air India, and still they were sleeping on it. They didn't act on it, and this time again, DGCA on Saturday has given the order to Air India that without proper inspection and check, the Boeing 787, any fleet, be it 787, 788, 789, none of the fleet of Boeing can take off without proper inspection. But in this case, since morning, what we are looking at is that Boeing fleets are continuously facing technical snags. That still means that Air India has not taken the order of DGCA very strictly or very seriously. The DGCA and the Aviation Ministry need to pull up Air India, and Air India is the high time needs to put their act together so that passenger could reach the location on time, so that passenger safety could be ensured, so that the technical issues, the faulty equipments which are in the aircraft could be replaced, they could be maintained or serviced. And I'm telling to our viewers that we are continuously showing this because right now Boeing is under immense scrutiny. Again and again, we are speaking about Boeing 787 fleet because it's very important to tell the passengers also that how much risky it is to travel in a Boeing. When passenger goes to the airport to take the aircraft, they have to check whether it is a Boeing Dreamliner or it is a A320 aircraft of Air India, because the major issues right now are emerging in the Boeing 787 fleet. All the Boeing is facing immense issues of the maintenance of the technical glitches in the aircraft, which has yet not been maintained, or there has been no statement from Air India that exactly what has went wrong. Passengers have no clue right now. The communication has not been made from the side of Air India to the passengers who are waiting to fly from Zurich to Delhi. There's already been 5 hours delay. They are still waiting that the flight will take off, when it will take off. There are n number of questions in passengers' mind. And yet we have to wait exactly for the response of Air India. That's the intensity and the non-seriousness from the side of Air India. What this we can say at this time, at this moment for now.
Absolutely no comment whatsoever that has come from Air India, and even if it comes, it's going to be that inspection of this plane will be carried out. But Harsha, as far as Boeing is concerned, now this is coming at a day when members of Boeing, their team are in Ahmedabad. They also went to the crash site as well, and in fact 24 hours we are seeing 2 big incidents in which there was a technical glitch. Has any comment come from Boeing? Before I come to you, Harsha, let me go across to Dr. Sumit, aviation expert. Sir, back to back, we are seeing these technical snags are coming to the fore. First, the Hong Kong flight, now this Zurich flight, wherein these technical snags are there. How do you see this? Because this is coming at the backdrop of the Boeing whistleblower also alerting that there are few issues with the Dreamliners as far as Boeing is concerned. How do you see this?
Yeah, definitely an alarming thing that back to back only Boeing is getting this type of issues. I think Boeing should.
All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with our aviation expert, but very concerning story now coming in as far as Dreamliner 787 is concerned. Remember, 4 days back, Dreamliner 787 in fact deployed to Air India, that met a tragic incident. 241 people have lost their life. After that, earlier today, we saw how another, in fact, Dreamliner 787, it reported technical snag, and now another one incident coming to the fore. Let me once again go across to Dr. Sumit, aviation expert. As I was asking you, back to back, we are seeing this is the third incident of technical snag, as well as as far as the Dreamliner 787 is concerned. Boeing whistleblower had also said that there are few issues there in Boeing. How do you see this all panning out? In the last 4 days, 3 incidents have happened. Dr. Sumit, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How do you assess this technical snags as far as the Dreamliner 787 is concerned? Firstly, the deadly one, and then tomorrow, in fact, today, there was a Hong Kong flight and now this Zurich flight. How do you see this?
It's been like around for 12 years this aircraft got delivered, and most of the aircraft which is is 12 years old are getting this type of technical glitch. I think it's the time that Boeing should get into this and give official statement that why the aircraft which is more than 12 years old is getting a technical snag.
All right. This is very concerning news that we are getting in. We'll try and reconnect that line with Dr. Sumit Suselan, who's the aviation expert, but a very concerning story that is coming in as far as the Zurich Delhi Air India flight is concerned. Technical problem in one more Air India plane. Dr. Sumit, if I'm audible to you, I want to ask you, how would you assess this? Because back to back, we are seeing these technical snags.
No, I think that this is the issue with the Boeing aircraft itself now, because back to back, only Boeing aircraft is getting picked up on error, when especially the Dreamliner. So I think that there should be an official statement from Boeing itself that why we are facing this problem. Even the engineering team is on it, and every flight before getting ready for takeoff, they are checking and everything is getting fine. Last moment on air, there is some error happening in this aircraft. So I think this is definitely alarming, and we have to make sure that this aircraft should be grounded for a while for complete check.
Absolutely. And in the absence of any comment that has come from Air India and Boeing, how do you think, as an aviation expert, that one can fix this issue? Because in the last 4 days, same Dreamliner 787 has seen 3 issues.
Yeah, I think because earlier also when there was some accident happened by Boeing 737 aircraft, so that time also they had discontinued that model for a while till the time the complete check was not over. But this time, when we have already had a fatal accident in this type of aircraft, these aircraft are still operating, which we should discontinue till the time the checks are not getting completed. I think now it's a time the ministry should get involved in this thing and stop the operation of 34 aircraft, the Dreamliner which is there in India, so should stop the operation till the complete check is not over.
So, but don't you believe when Boeing whistleblower had raised this issue, it should have been discontinued that very time? He raised this issue last year. Still, few months later, we are seeing one major incident and now these 2 big technical snags that we are seeing. Shouldn't it have been discontinued long back?
Yes, definitely. Even it's a corporate, definitely they don't listen to a small employees. But they were waiting for a fatal accident which already happened now. And the whistleblower had already alarmed that the aircraft will give this type of fatal accident after 5 to 6 years. But they waited for long, and it's been 12 years, and now they are getting this type of accident. So I think they were trying to cover up the mess which they had it earlier. And I think now this is the time that when they should stop this type of aircraft for a while till the time the check is not over.
Absolutely. And this is, in fact, sir, coming on the day when a high-level meeting has also taken place in the national capital to see what went wrong as far as Dreamliner 787 incident 4 days back is concerned. But do you believe that accountability needs to be fixed? Because since morning, we've been seeing templated reply from Air India that, yes, inspection will take place. But so far, we have seen 3 back-to-back incidents, and people are quite worried about this.
Definitely, the passengers are losing hope now because of back-to-back accidents is just happening. Passengers feeling that it's the safety concern in India, especially now with Air India. So I think the accountability should be there, and Air India should give an official statement that why this type of incident happening after such a big fatal accident, which already we have faced 3 days back.
Absolutely. Very concerning news coming in from Zurich. In fact, this Air India Dreamliner 787 has once again faced the technical issues. We'll try and get you more details on what really happened, but what we're learning is that this was to take off 5 hours prior, but it still hasn't taken off. There seems to be a technical issue, and this is the third reported Dreamliner 787 issue in the last 4 days. The first one is a tragic incident that we saw in Ahmedabad. 241 people lost their life. Then in the morning today, a flight of Air India, Dreamliner 787 only, it flew from Hong Kong at 6:20, but in fact a few minutes later it had to take a U-turn and head back to Hong Kong. All right, let me also go across to former flight safety consultant with Air India, Group Captain GP Bajpai. Some very concerning news that is coming in as far as Dreamliner 787 and Air India flights are concerned. We are learning that it has faced a technical snag. This is the third flight, Dreamliner 787, that has issued a major technical snag in the last 4 days.
Madam, it is correct that it is really frightening that in such a short span of time we are getting such news. Unless until we know further details that what type of the technical failures or difficulties have been encountered on these aircraft, it will be extremely difficult to link these three technical failures with each other. I am not sure by now the pilots have filed the flight safety report or not. So till the time we receive the details of the incident, it will be difficult to predict or imagine what wrong has gone on these two incidents which you have just now quoted. But yes, there is no doubt, as it is because of this massive air accident or crash taken at Ahmedabad, the confidence of passengers and all the people associated with the aviation is shattered, especially on Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
We were speaking to another aviation expert before you, and he said that Dreamliner 787, as far as the Air India is concerned, should be discontinued because it also comes in the backdrop of a whistleblower also saying that there are few issues with this Dreamliner 787. How do you assess this?
Ma'am, it will be premature. In fact, I will expect people to wait for the committee which is constituted for investigating AI171 investigation, and on the part of committee, they should do their investigation as transparent and as timely as possible so that the lost confidence could be restored at the earliest.
But sir, as far as this Dreamliner 787 is concerned, in the last 3 days, 4 days, in fact, we have seen 3 incidents. Don't you think there should be an accountability on Air India, on Boeing, until and unless the investigation goes on? It's fine. It is on one side. But don't you think that there should be a stricter scrutiny on Dreamliner 787?
I agree to your viewpoint. In fact, I would go one step further, that Air India also should come out and address the media what is going around, because all the details, all the data are available in their domain, and it will help them also to rebuild their brand image, and also it will give a confidence to the people, the flyers basically, and all other associated people in the aviation. In fact, I had seen one media report wherein our reporter was trying to reach them, it was getting avoided.
So don't you think accountability also lies with Boeing, because this is happening at the time when Boeing members, their officials are here in India. They went to the crash site as well. And in the last 4 days, 3 incidents have come as far as Boeing is concerned. No statement from them to just like Air India whatsoever.
Ma'am, I don't know how big is the technical glitch has taken place in last 2 incidents which you have just mentioned. I don't know whether these data have been forwarded or any assistance from the Boeing company has been sought. Unless until we come to know the details, then only it will be worthwhile to make any such company.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We'll keep tracking that story very closely. This is very concerning news, in fact, that has come as far as Air India is concerned. With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you more about another Air India plane facing the technical glitch. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है।
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
In a shocking incident from Shivamoga Central Jail, political rivalries have spilled dangerously behind bars. A JDS worker, Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, jailed just yesterday in a violence case, was brutally assaulted by alleged Congress-affiliated inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war. A viral video, reportedly filmed on a smuggled mobile phone, shows the horrifying assault. The footage has sparked serious concerns about a major security lapse inside the high-security prison. Questions have been raised on how did a mobile phone get inside, and if prison authorities are turning a blind eye or even offering VIP treatment to politically connected inmates. Public outrage is mounting, with calls for immediate action against negligent jail staff, and an official inquiry is expected.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की? और आप
don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, we have cut live to pictures from Nicosia, the Laranka International Airport in Cyprus. Prime Minister is going to be wheels up shortly. In fact, he's already wheels up. These are pictures from earlier. Prime Minister is wheels up for Canada, where he would be landing in Calgary at about 7:10 p.m. Canada time. And he's going to Canada to participate in the G7 summit, where he's a special invitee of Prime Minister Mark Carney. These are pictures of the Cyprus delegation that came to drop the Prime Minister at the airport in a ceremonial departure there, including Prime Minister's delegation. They are all now wheels up for Canada, where they would be participating in the G7 summit over the next 2 days, capping a very important visit to Cyprus Mediterranean country. The geography very significant. India has made some big moves in Mediterranean around the nations around the Mediterranean, including Greece, which Prime Minister had visited last year on his way back from South Africa. And now Cyprus, in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor, gains significance because of the manner in which Turkey conducted itself and occupies almost 1/5 of Cyprus territory in the north of Cyprus. And on Cyprus issue, India essentially on the side of Republic of Cyprus. Basically, very important geostrategic dimension to this visit of Prime Minister to Nicosia. And he's departed now on way to Canada, where he would be landing in Calgary and then onwards to Kananaskis, the alpine resort where all the world leaders are gathered, the G7 nations plus the special invitees and some international organizations like the World Bank and the IMF, their chiefs, and the deliberations, of course, to center around the ongoing crisis that the world is facing, from the war in Europe to the one in the Middle East. And all attention also on the bilaterals that are going to take place. The big ones, of course, with the President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. All right, we'll keep a close track of those developments for you as and when they happen. Prime Minister is on a flight for about 7 hours when he lands in Canada, but getting a breaking news development with the ongoing Air India crisis. Another one now. Air India Boeing faced technical glitch. Couldn't take off from Zurich in Switzerland for Delhi, and that was after 5 hours of delay. The Boeing 787, again 787. Seems there's some issue with the Dreamliner suddenly after the AI171 crash in Ahmedabad. Another Dreamliner faced tech issues on the Hong Kong-Delhi flight and had to return. And now 787 in Zurich, flight AI152, VTANH. And this is again a 787, B7878. The route was Zurich to Delhi, and it was today. The original departure time was 45 minutes past midnight Indian Standard Time. The revised departure was 5:30 p.m. IST, or is 5:30 p.m. IST because it's still half an hour more, which means that it's almost like an 18 hours delay. Harsha joins us live from Delhi, and she keeps close track of aviation industry. Harsha, almost 18 hours of delay, and we still not. Are we sure that now the flight can take off? And what was the technical issue because of which this delay happened?
Abhishek, we are still trying to know what's the technical issue. We have sent a mail to Air India as well, and yet we don't know about the technical issue. But yes, we have spoken to some of the passengers, and we have also spoken to one of the passengers from Zurich only, and we got to know that there was a technical glitch. It was 2 times that passengers boarded the aircraft, and there were twice that they were deboarded also. And already it's been 18 hours delay, and we are getting to know that the revised time is 5:30. But that 5:30 also has been said that the flight could not take off at 5:30 also. That means after half an hour the flight has to take off, but it's not clear that it will fly or not fly because the technical glitch has yet not been fixed in the aircraft. It's the Boeing 787 fleet only, and right now what we have got to know is that Air India has given a preliminary report to DGCA stating that this flight is more than 18 hours delay because of the technical glitch. The technical snag exactly, they have not mentioned it. Was it the flight control issue? Was it the landing gear issue? What is the wings issue, or what exactly the issue was in the aircraft, yet not known. But yes, we've got to know that twice when the pilot in command went inside the cockpit, he saw a warning sign twice, and that is the reason why the plane could not take off. And yes, we have also gotten to know that the passengers are still waiting at the airport. They don't know that whether their flight will be rescheduled or it will be cancelled or some accommodation will be given to them. What's the condition right now? The passengers are aware about it. I'm continuously in touch with few of the passengers who were supposed to be on this flight, and we have got to also know the passengers are very scared. They're very scared to even now board this Boeing 787 after what has transpired in the Ahmedabad plane crash. Back to you.
Harsha, you know, not just the passengers of this particular flight are scared, but even those passengers who want to take Air India flights are scared. This seems like Air India is going through a full-blown crisis. Earlier, we had a Dreamliner facing tech glitches mid-air and had to go back to Hong Kong. And now this one in Zurich, effectively, if you look at it, almost in the last 12 hours, two tech issues faced by Dreamliners, both owned by Air India. What's really happening with Dreamliners and Air India? Are you getting some drift on what's the scene like there?
Abhishek, we are also absolutely shocked because on Saturday there was an order from DGCA which was given to Air India that none of their Boeing 787 fleet can take off without proper inspection until unless the inspection is not done, whether the aircraft is from Delhi or whether it is in transit or whether from whichever place it is going. Until unless there is not proper inspection, the flight will not take off, the aircraft will not take off. But this is very shocking that, you know, if we see Hong Kong aircraft, if we see Zurich aircraft, both the aircraft have gone from Delhi only to those particular places, and during return they are facing major technical issue, and that clearly states that there has not been any maintenance, there has not been any inspection. They are not taking seriously the order of DGCA and Ministry of Civil Aviation, and everyone is appalled with the kind of behavior of Air India. They are not responding, they are not giving any media statement, they are not exactly telling us exactly what is wrong with the Boeing or whether they are in touch with the Boeing or not. Exactly, problem is with the assembling, problem is the maintenance issue, has it to go for servicing. No one is aware what is exactly happening inside Air India and Boeing. In fact, we as a media person, we have sent them a lot of emails asking them exactly what is the issue, but there has been no response since morning. So that's the situation also, Abhishek, we have gotten to know. We have spoken to few pilots as well. Right now the situation is that there are several pilots of Air India who don't want to fly Boeing series. None of them want to fly Boeing fleet. They themselves feel that there are some serious issues in the Boeing aircraft which needs to be halted. The operation needs to be halted. It has to be sent to isolation bay. Until the serious checks are not done, this aircraft should not be flown. But this kind of seriousness, what we expect from Air India, we are not seeing it neither on ground, neither on mails. Back to you.
Right, absolutely. And, you know, there is definitely some issue which the management obviously is not getting to grips with, because it cannot be that back-to-back since the Air India AI171 crash in Ahmedabad, we have seen almost half a dozen such glitches hitting the Dreamliner series of Boeing aircraft. So, moving on for now, Harsha, we of course are sure that you will keep us up to speed with all the developments on this story. Moving on for now, an FIR has been against the Rapido driver who assaulted a lady passenger in Bengaluru. This comes after the complainant had booked a Rapido bike ride from the BTM layout to Jayanagar, third block in the city, and on some issue, an altercation ensued, following which the Rapido driver, as can be seen in the CCTV footage, assaulted the passenger. Accordingly, the Rapido driver with the vehicle number KA052897 has been booked based on the complaint. Bengaluru driver accused of reckless driving. Basically, the complainant was asking him to drive carefully, and he did not like the prompt and got into an altercation and then assaulted the passenger. Now we have an FIR against the driver. Let's go to Smita for more details to our from our Kannada newsroom. Smita. Okay, Smita, FIR registered. Is the police of the opinion that this is serious enough for them to go ahead and arrest the culprit?
Actually, there is a major twist in this case. As you were saying, the complaint was launched by Shreya, the commuter who had booked the Rapido to travel between BTM layout and Jayanagar. And as the driver, the Rapido driver was taking shortcuts, not following the traffic rules, the argument break up between both of them. And while upon reaching the destination, this verbal argument between both got heated up. And Shreya, who has given the complaint, had also said that the driver did hit her, assaulted her, and the video related to this was also surfaced in the social medias. But now, as she has lodged a complaint against Suman, who was the Rapido driver, now Suman has also reacted to the medias, and also he is giving a counter complaint saying that it was Shreya, the commuter, who first assaulted him and then he hit her back. And he is giving some CCTV footages also relating to the argument that he is putting forward. And in those CCTV footages, we can also see that the lady, the Shreya, who was traveling in the Rapido bike, has also beaten Suman. So this case has now complicated. Now police are taking Suman's reaction, and now probably they will also call the lady Shreya, who has given the complaint first, to take the reaction on what Suman is saying.
Okay, Smita, stay with us. In fact, I believe we have accessed another CCTV footage of the same incident. This time seen in the video is the complainant who was hitting the Rapido driver. So the twist that you were talking about, Smita, that seems to be coming out in the pictures, like it happened in the case of earlier assault with a taxi driver. And okay, these are the pictures. First, let's listen to this. Watch these. From this angle, if you look at it, it's the passenger who, after the altercation, gets physical and hits the Rapido driver. And after that, the altercation continues, and she again attempts, she again hits the Rapido driver twice, and the altercation still continues. And by this time, the Rapido driver has been hit twice, once like this, in this instance, in this moment, and then again after this, the altercation continues, and this is the second time the driver has been hit. This is the third time. So 3 times the passenger first hits the driver, and then of course the driver hits back. Smita, so the twist that you were talking about, essentially it's the passenger, the lady passenger who hit the driver of a Rapido bike taxi, and he only did that afterwards. So what he did was more like a retaliation to what the passenger did.
Exactly. This is what we are getting to know after Suman reacted to the medias. But unfortunately, we also got to know that Shreya was not willing to give the complaint initially. This incident actually took place on 13th of June. But the complaint was lodged yesterday after the video of she being beaten up by the Rapido driver surfaced in the social media. Her colleagues and friends and the family members insisted her to lodge a complaint, is what we are getting to know after she filed the complaint. Now the Rapido driver is also about to lodge a complaint against the lady who, as we can clearly see in the video, that she was the first to raise hands on the Rapido driver. And unfortunately, see, these Rapido drivers or the Ola, Uber, taxi guys are local Kannada guys. And usually when the incident like this happened, we have also seen that there was a language issue which was trying to get in between this assault and counter assault issue. But it is very clear and evident that the lady was the first to raise hand on. But no doubt Shreya has also raised few valuable points that he was not following the traffic rules, he was driving recklessly, and he was taking shortcuts which she objected to take. She insisted him to take the main route which she usually travels. These are the points I guess the police will also look into these allegations by Shreya. But about the assault, as we have seen both the videos in which we can see that both first Shreya hits the Rapido driver and then he hits her back.
All right. Thank you so much, Smita, with those details. The altercation between a passenger and a Rapido bike taxi turning physical, but it seems that both sides are to blame. FIR, of course, has been filed by the police on the basis of complaint from the lady passenger. Moving on for now, and another breaking, which is that the Delhi High Court has reserved its order on a plea seeking a stay on the demolition of properties in Batla House by the DDA, the Delhi Development Authority. The development comes as the DDA strongly opposed the petitions filed against the demolition drive. The court's decision is now awaited. DDA, of course, has opposed these petitioners who were against the demolition. The Delhi High Court reserving the order. And remember the Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah Khan, he was at the forefront of opposing the removal of those encroachments. We have Anamika joining us over the phone on this. Anamika, over to you. What more details can you share about this demolition drive, which still has to wait though till the time that the Supreme Court comes out with its, Delhi High Court comes out with its orders? Okay, we'll be connecting with Anamika shortly on the Batla House issue. Batla House is a place in Delhi and southeast of Delhi where an encroachment removal drive was to go on, to be carried out by the DDA. The locals led by Amanatullah Khan opposed. And okay, on that note, we have to move on. We'll get Anamika in a bit, then we'll come back to the story. Let's look at some other stories from across the country in a Bharat in 5-minute wrap. Devastating fire broke out at Khadirpur market in Kolkata, engulfing over 1,300 shops and leaving business owners in tears. The traders are expressing anger against the fire brigade, alleging that they arrived late and lacked sufficient water, which exacerbated the damage. The cause of the fire is yet to be determined, but it's believed that the presence of flammable materials is in the market contributed to the rapid fire. Massive political clash erupts inside Shivamoga Central Jail. JDS worker assaulted by Congress inmates in what appears to be a full-blown political gang war behind bars. A viral video from inside the prison shows a brutal attack panning out, reportedly recorded on a smuggled mobile phone. The victim, identified as Kiran Sethu from Bhadravati, was jailed just yesterday in connection with a violence case. Demand grows for immediate action against negligent jail staff as political rivalries spill into prison walls. A clash broke out in Manipur, Imphal East, after a Maiti farmer from Litanpoki allegedly arrived with a tractor to plow a paddy field in Sadhu Lampak near a Kuki village. The police said that some Kuki villagers reportedly objected, claiming the field did not belong to the farmers. Soon, Maiti residents from a nearby village also arrived, escalating the tension. The security forces fired some rounds of tear gas shells and mock bombs to disperse the mob. President and former Minister K.T. Ramarao appeared before the Telangana Anti-Corruption Bureau in connection with the ongoing investigation into alleged financial irregularities in the ongoing Formula E race in Hyderabad when the BRS was in power. KTR has accused Chief Minister Revanth Reddy of orchestrating a circus to divert attention from governance failures and has challenged Reddy to a lie detector test. In a disturbing case of exploitation and blackmail, a Bengaluru-based widow has accused priest from a prominent temple in Thrissur, Kerala, of coercing her into appearing nude on a video call and later attempting to sexually assault her. One priest has been arrested while the chief priest is on the run. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has criticized Congress for its remarks on Pakistan, accusing it of acting as a spokesperson of the neighboring nation. BJP MP emphasized the need for responsible political discourse, especially on national interest, and highlighted the BJP's focus on nationalism and patriotism. He also questioned Congress's understanding and approach to foreign policy, drawing parallels with Pakistan's Muslim League. A mysterious shipping container presumed to be from the vessel One High 503 has washed ashore at a beach in Alappuzha, around 100 kilometers from Thiruvananthapuram. Local fishermen discovered the container on Sunday late evening and alerted authorities. Alongside the container, a red-colored lifeboat bearing the Van High level was also found in the vicinity. While officials have acknowledged the incident, they are yet to begin the process of identifying the container's the contents or ensuring its safe removal from the shore. Days after biggest aviation tragedy in Ahmedabad, Air India Flight AI171 from Hong Kong to Delhi returned to Hong Kong International Airport due to technical issues. The flight, which was scheduled to depart at 8:50 a.m. Hong Kong time, turned back at 9:29 a.m. Hong Kong time, and passengers were deplaned while the aircraft undergoes inspection. A video of a girl's hooliganism in Hardoi district of Uttar Pradesh and its Bilgram police station area has gone viral on social media. This incident took place at an HP petrol pump located on Sandi Road, 2 kilometers away from Bilgram town, where the girl pointed a revolver at the petrol pump employee during a dispute while filling CNG. Shahabad resident Ehsan Khan had come to fill CNG with his wife and daughter. The pump employee asked them to get down from the car for security reasons, on which the family got angry. The dispute escalated so much that Ehsan Khan's daughter took out a revolver from the car and pointed it at the salesman's chest. All right, Prime Minister has just completed his Cyprus leg of the tour, where he was bestowed the highest civilian honor of the nation, which is called the Grand Cross of the Order of Makarios III. Prime Minister was received by President of Cyprus, Christodoulides, and given a grand official welcome and also a state dinner hosted in Prime Minister's honor before bestowal of that award. Take a look at this report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been honored with the Grand Cross of the Order of Makarios III by the President of Cyprus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is currently in Cyprus as a part of his three-nation tour. Accepting the honor on behalf of 1.4 billion Indians, Prime Minister Modi dedicated the award to the long-standing warm ties between the two nations, which are built on mutual trust and shared values. Prime Minister mentioned that the award was a recognition of India's age-old philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family, that guides India's vision for global peace and progress. He emphasized that the award symbolizes the unwavering commitment of India and Cyprus to peace, security, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and prosperity.
All right, taking a short break. On the other side, Prime Minister Modi has left Cyprus for his onward journey to Canada, where he would be participating in the G7 summit. Also, exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran enters fourth day with no sign of easing. US Embassy in Israel hit.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई से भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की की।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र।
Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus is on the story, the escalation of the war in Middle East. We're now being told that Iran has launched a new wave of ballistic missile attacks on Israel, including in Tel Aviv and Haifa, killing at least 8 more people hours after the Israeli military again bombed the Iranian capital, Tehran. First, we take a look at our top headlines and then our top focus on this. There has been Air India once again in huge crisis. 2 flights report technical snag. First, Hong Kong, Delhi is grounded. Now Zurich-Delhi flight faces a 5-hour delay. Smoke and sparks fly near wheels of Saudi Airlines plane while landing at Lucknow Airport. Prime Minister Modi, after receiving ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, now leaves for Canada to attend the G7 summit. Exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran entered a 4th day with no sign of easing. US Embassy in Israel faces minor damage. And woman allegedly assaulted by a Rapido bike taxi driver near a footwear showroom in Jayanagar in Bengaluru. Viewers, Israel's military has now said it hit command centers of Iran's Revolutionary Guard following days of attacks focused on Tehran's nuclear program, senior leadership and infrastructure. The IDF has now eliminated 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials, including the head of the IRGC's intelligence organization. Yesterday, fighter jets had gone over and eliminated these. Guided by precise IDF intelligence, struck a structure in Tehran housing atop Iranian intelligence officials. Iranian strikes overnight killed several people, while several Tel Aviv buildings not far from the US consulate have been destroyed. Meanwhile, President Trump nixed Israel's plan to kill Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, according to a US official, calling Iran's leadership weak. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested a Fox News interview on Sunday that the conflict could result in a regime change. We're joined by Nick Kolayathan, senior journalist, joining us from Tel Aviv. We've been seeing what's been happening. This is the biggest ever escalation, Nick, that we have been seeing. Seeing from where you are reporting in Tel Aviv, what are the latest details you've been seeing as we're saying this is the biggest escalation in the West Asian conflict?
So the citizens of Israel and the residents of Tel Aviv, the central city in Israel, are in a complete shock because Israelis are not used to such kind of ballistic missiles impacts. Israel was bombarded for tens of years with thousands of rockets that came from all the neighbors of Israel, from Gaza and from Lebanon, from Yemen, from Syria, from Iraq. But those kind of rockets that we see now, which are coming from Iran, it's something different. They are much stronger, and each of them causing a lot of damage for hundreds of meters. And also many Israelis now really scary about the possibility that even the bomb shelters that until now were a safe place for them are not safe anymore. Because we saw in the city of Petah Tikva next to Tel Aviv, a direct hit to the bomb shelter caused the death of about 3 people. And now Israelis are in panic because they understand that even the bomb shelters inside of the apartments are not enough. And maybe even the bomb shelters of the buildings are not enough. In some buildings in Israel, there are shelters underground or on each floor, and in all the new buildings also inside of each apartment. And it makes now a difficult time for the Israeli authorities to understand what is the best instruction for people, where they should find a shelter from this kind of attack that usually coming in the middle of the night. So Israeli now are waking up each night for those sirens and the ballistic missiles. And each day we see another residential area of Israel destroyed completely. We saw it in different cities, most of them in the center of Israel, And Iran, as we see, targeting civilians, and it makes a lot of Israelis to be in a big stress. But yet you can see here in the center of Tel Aviv, people are still sitting in the park, on the boulevard, in cafes, in restaurants, and they are trying to have some kind of normality in the middle of this insanity.
Nick, I just want you to request you to stay on with us. We're also going to give details, viewers, of the Israeli Air Forces that carried out a major strike on Iran, hitting around 100 military targets. The breaking news coming in, this happened in Isfahan. The IDF says over 50 fighter jets destroyed missile storage sites and launchers minutes before it planned attack on Israel. According to the IDF,
but
1/3 of Iran's missile launchers have now been dismantled. I want to go once again back to Nick on this. Nick, this is the big breaking news that's coming in. 1/3, they say, of Iran's has been now struck down. They've carried out a major strike. 100 military targets have been hit. They say they've destroyed missile storage sites. Israel, they've 1/3 of Iran's launchers have been dismantled, has been said by the IDF. What is the news that you're picking up on this?
Israeli army and the government saying that they will continue until they destroy the capability of Iran to launch ballistic missiles towards Israel, and afterwards, if they will develop even to send the nuclear bombs towards Israel. So now this is a war of existential threat for Israel, and they try to eliminate it because Israel understands maybe this is the last chance for them to stop Iran from developing enough weapons, especially nuclear weapons, launchers, ballistic missiles, with which they could destroy Israel. Because actually Iran, this is the only country in the world that is saying openly that they want to destroy another country, that they want to destroy Israel. And they're saying it out loud, they're saying it publicly, and that's why Israel has no other thing to do but to destroy the capability of Iran to destroy Israel. So that's why this is a war that Israel had no other choice but to start it.
I also wanted to ask you on the big breaking news that we've got with us right now, Nick. Iran's weapon production sites were also stuck. They have been degraded. The IDF also completed a wide wave of strikes on numerous weapon production sites that are belonging to the IRGC and the Iranian military. It seems that even when it comes to Israel taking down Iran refueling jet, evacuation after Iran missile launch, we are seeing for the 4th consecutive day since the conflict began, Iran launched another fresh wave of missiles targeting Tel Aviv also.
That's right. Iran is a huge country with a lot of weapons, and they are far away from Israel, about 2,000 kilometers. Israel is a small nation, about 10 times smaller than Iran. And it is hard for Israel to fight this war without the United States and to eliminate all the threat that's coming from Iran. That's why I think Israel will look for the help from the United States. And we already have information that tens of fuel planes are coming to the area from the United States to maybe help Israel. And also the U.S. concentrating a lot of forces here around. And maybe at some point they will join Israel in its war of survival.
Thank you, Nick, for getting us those details. It's a top focus. We'll continue coming back to you and also praying for your safety as well as everyone there. Now, also the other big story, we're also going to give you more details of what's been happening in this West Asian conflict. Iran's weapon production sites were stuck and degraded. Earlier today, the IDF completed a wide-scale wave of strikes on production sites belonging to the Quds forces, the IRGC and the Iranian military in Tehran. Iran's weapon production sites were stuck and they were degraded. Earlier today, the IDF completed a wide-scale wave of strikes on numerous weapon production sites belonging to the Quds forces, the IRGC and the Iranian military in Tehran. Israel Air Force striked Iranian aerial refueling aircraft at Mashhad airport in eastern Iran, approximately 2,300 kilometers from Israel. This marks the longest range strike conducted since the operation has begun. The Israeli forces are operating to establish aerial superiority over Iranian airspace. For the third consecutive day since the conflict began, Iran launched another fresh wave of missiles targeting Tel Aviv. Israel sounds air raid sirens, people evacuated from the targeted zones. Homes have been destroyed as Iran bombarded residential buildings in Israel's capital and Tel Aviv. As part of its escalation, in retaliation to Israeli strikes, Iran unleashed a wide-scale drone attack. More than 100 UAVs were launched at Israel. IDF confirms interception and threat neutralization. Israel launches precise military strikes across Iran. Focus of the IDF is to dismantle the missile. IDF is the missile launcher. In the latest video, Israel claims to have struck surface-to-air missile launcher in Tehran. During the ongoing protests in Los Angeles of California, police were seen using tear gas to disperse anti-Trump protesters. On Saturday, masses of demonstrators made their way to streets, parks and plazas across the country to protest against President Trump and support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights.
People were seen coming together in public areas across the United States to support the protection of democracy and immigrant rights. The LA protests have recently heated up with No Kings rallies kicking off. A man passed away during the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. He is believed to be part of a peacekeeping team for the No Kings protest. The police have taken the 24-year-old alleged rifleman, Arturo Gamboa, into custody on Saturday evening. Protests were also witnessed in Los Angeles on the same day. The police were present on horseback and on foot. Tear gas was also used to disperse the protesters. In Northwest Washington's Logan Circle, about 200 protesters assembled and chanted, "Trump must go now." Organizers handed out Little American flags while others flew their flags upside down, conveying a sign of distress. During the protest, Mexican flags, which have become a fixture of the Los Angeles protest against immigration raids, also appeared in some demonstrations. As per reports, in light of the protest, US President Donald Trump has directed immigration and customs enforcement to expand deportations in Democratic-run cities, undeterred by protests.
Breaking news that's coming in now. This is the big story that we're going to go across to. FATF has now condemned the Pahalgam attack, enhanced focus on steps by countries to combat terror financing. There is going to be call for action on terror funds, condemning the brutal Pahalgam terror attack. The global watchdog FATF on Monday has said it has enhanced its focus on the measures countries have put to combat terror financing. I want to go across to Abhishek to get more on the details. The Financial Action Task Force condemns the brutal terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam for the very first time, saying such an incident could not have been possible without money. In the statement, the global terror financial watchdog said terrorist attacks kill, maim, inspire fear around the world. And viewers, tensions also between Israel and Iran have exploded once again into open warfare. Both sides launched direct strikes on critical infrastructure. Massive explosions and fires erupted across Tehran after Israeli airstrikes hit multiple oil and fuel depots. The intense blazes have continued to burn, threatening nearby population and essential energy systems. In a rare retaliatory escalation, Iran struck a vital chemical facility in the Israeli city of Haifa. The coordinated targeting of strategic energy and chemical site marks one of the most dangerous escalations in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict.
בבתי זיקוק, אחי. כן. בבתי זיקוק ענק נראה לי בצריפה. איזה סכנה. Wow. You sure?
I'm not ready.
Viewers, our big focus in Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight AI315 was en route from Hong Kong to Delhi when it experienced a technical issue mid-flight earlier morning. The flight then returned to Hong Kong when the aircraft landed safely. Acting on the standard safety protocol, the flight pilot decided to return to the point of origin. And I'm showing you the graphics on the screen. It was supposed to take off at 6:20 a.m. IST. The Air India flight returned to Hong Kong. The Air India flight 315 took off at 9:29 a.m. Hong Kong time. At 3:15 it took off. It was bound for Delhi via Boeing 787. However, there was a technical snag that was detected post-takeoff. Pilot initiated a mid-air turn around. They landed safely back in Hong Kong. All the passengers, all the crew are safe. There is no emergency declared by the cockpit, but the big question continues to remain what really is happening as the Boeing scare continues. We show you the other video, viewers. On 16th of June 2025, Air India Flight AI171, a Boeing Dreamliner en route from Hong Kong to Delhi, experienced a mid-air technical issue. And then in June, the suspected malfunction was identified through the engine indication and crew alerting system, which displayed an alert for engine 2's fuel filter bypass. This is a critical system that monitors various aircraft parameters, including engines, hydraulics, and fuel systems, and alerts the crew to any deviations from normal operations. Upon receiving the alert, the flight crew prioritized passenger safety and decided to return to Hong Kong. A Saudi Arabian flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare on the morning of 15th June after smoke was detected from its wheels upon landing at Lucknow Airport. The aircraft rescue firefighting teams responded swiftly. They worked along with the Saudi ground crew to contain the smoke and prevent any damage to the aircraft. All passengers were safely deboarded. Officials confirmed there was no disruption to airport operations following the incident. Ajay Dubey filed this story from Lucknow.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ़्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ़्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ़्लाइट SV3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है, ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पे खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है, जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
हम लोग बिल्कुल डर गए, घबरा गए कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कोई कोई हादसा हो जाए, आगे कोई चीज़ ऐसी आ गई कि जिससे जो है इसने जो है ब्रेक लगा दिया। फिर बाद में पता चला कि टायर से जो है धुआं हुआ निकल रहा है उस पर जो है। तो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ियाँ पहले एक आई, फिर 2 गाड़ियाँ आई, फिर उसको जो है पाइप लगा के जो है, अब इतना नीचे तो नहीं दिख रहा था वो क्या कर रहे हैं। हम बैठे थे, हम हाल खिड़की के पास थे, देख रहे थे कि जो है तो दोनों गाड़ी हम देख रहे थे। स्टाफ के लोग आगे बड़ी अफरा तफरी भाग दौड़ करके जो है उसको जो है उन लोगों ने जो है उसको कंट्रोल किया। फिर उसके बाद जो है वो ड्राइवर अपने लेके गया, तो फिर जो है हम लोग उतर के जो है अपना कागजी कार्रवाई करके अपने जो है।
Coming up after a short break, Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, now leaves for Canada to attend the G7 summit. And exchange of missiles between Israel and Iran entered a 4th day with no signs of easing. US embassy in Israel faces minor damage.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar.
Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की की।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajure. And this evening, as we bring you top stories from around the world, our focus will be on the technical snags in Boeing 787 Dreamliners. First up, we'll tell you about how 2 Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliners have suffered technical snag in the last 12 hours. Moving on, we'll also tell you about a big scare for Saudi Airline as flight smoke and sparks were seen coming out of the wheel during the landing in Lucknow. We have the ground report for you. Also, we have updates on the investigation in the plane crash tragedy. DNA testing and the probe in this entire incident is currently underway. And right now, the last rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is also underway. We'll get you more details on that as well.
Next, West Asia is on the boil again. Attack and counter attacks have been happening in the last 4 days. We have the details on that as well. And finally, Prime Minister has left for Canada and he will be participating in G7 summit. These are all the top stories that we are tracking for you at 6 at 6. Let's get started. All right, so the first story that we have for you this evening, in the last 12 hours, in fact, 2 Boeing 787 Dreamliners have suffered technical snag. Air India Flight AI171 operating a Boeing 787 Dreamliner from Hong Kong to Delhi was forced to return mid-air after a technical issue was detected on board. The engine indication and the crew alerting system, that is EICAS, flagged the fuel filter bypass alert on engine 2, indicating a potential fuel system malfunction. Few hours later, in fact, another Air India Boeing 787 detected a technical snag. Now, there's a global concern and scrutiny on Air India as multiple planes have detected such technical issues, in fact. All right, so we'll tell you about what has happened today in the last 12 hours. In fact, 2 major incidents have happened. Firstly is about this Air India flight that was coming from Hong Kong to the national capital. It had to turn back. It had to take a U-turn. This is the first flight, and a major tragedy has been averted. Technical glitch in Boeing 787. Very important to highlight that this is the same Dreamliner 787 that suffered tragedy 4 days back. As far as this is concerned, engine system flagged the fuel issue. The Hong Kong flight took a U-turn. EICAS alerted crew mid-air, and pilot took a decision and took a U-turn mid-air and went back to Hong Kong. Let's tell you about another, in fact, incident that has come to the fore. Today, in the last 12 hours, 2 such incidents have happened. The next one is about the flight from Zurich to the national capital. What we're learning is that it also developed technical issues and had to, in fact, revert to the international airport where it was coming from. All right, so these are the issues that have come to the fore as far as these 2 incidents are concerned. This raises a lot of questions on Dreamliner 787 because remember 4 days back there was an incident, a massive tragedy in which 241 people have lost their life. That was also Dreamliner 787. And today in the last 12 hours, 2 incidents related to that Dreamliner has come to the fore, raising a lot of questions. All right, so as you can see, these are the 2 visuals that we are also getting for you. The first incident was that of Hong Kong flight that took off from Hong Kong at 9:20 is what we're learning in the morning, and 9 minutes later at 9:29 it took a U-turn and came back to Hong Kong after there was a technical glitch. Few hours later, another incident has come to the fore, and this time from the Zurich International Airport. The same Dreamliner faced a similar issue and had to turn back. Let me go across to aviation expert J. Venkateshwar Rao. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. In the last 12 hours, we have seen 2 incidents related to Dreamliner 787 come to the fore. Very concerning news that has come from Hong Kong and also Zurich. And this comes in the backdrop of that same Dreamliner 787 facing issue and 241 people losing their life. Do you believe there needs to be accountability, that now Boeing officials need to take Air India, rather than giving templated reply, should take responsibility and carry out inspection of these Dreamliners?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, as per the standards, the aircraft need to go for checks after every few hours that they fly, depending on the component, depending on the number of landings and takeoff. These are laid down guidelines which need not be breached. But sometimes we overlook certain things and then it leads to a catastrophe, as that happened at Ahmedabad. Here, at least the pilot took a decision. Once the ICAS indication came in, he decided to return back to Hong Kong and not venture coming into Delhi. So that's one good thing for the pilot to have used his presence of mind to go back. Second thing is, these are all issues we need to find out what went wrong, why did it bypass. So that is one thing I think they will have to investigate. Once the aircraft landed in Hong Kong, they would have definitely looked at it to understand why this thing happened. So we'll have to wait. If Air India is honest and clear, they will come up and say this was the reason. And as usual, transparency will help Air India go a long way in gaining the public confidence and also enhance their image. So that I guess they should conduct regular checks that need to be done. And like I said, in fact, in between we were having discussions of whether, let me make it very clear, Air India had one of the best engineers in the world. But unfortunately, due to political pressures and whatever, we have lost our place in the industry, and it's really sad. So I hope that all checks are thoroughly conducted on all the aircraft. Today we are only talking of a 787, but they need to conduct checks on all the aircraft that are in the Air India fleet.
Absolutely, very concerning. In fact, input that is coming from Hong Kong as well as Zurich. But I want to ask you, because we've been speaking to a lot of aviation experts, then they are telling us that these Dreamliner 787 should be discontinued for a while till inspection takes place. Would you hold such a review on this? Would you also demand that?
Ma'am, if there are faults coming up regularly, then it is better to ground the airlines and do a full check at one point of time, because piecemeal checks may not help. Because if it's like, madam, the question that you're asking me today is like a water-filled balloon. You press it at one and it will bloat at the other. So rather than doing a piecemeal job, if a thorough check once and for all, you ground the aircraft, maybe it will take some time, maybe it will create some problem in your schedules, but then at the end of the day you will have a perfect aircraft which will inspire confidence in the traveling public.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So these are the details of, in fact, the incidents that have taken place. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now let's get you more details about another incident that took place in Lucknow today. A Saudi airline flight from Jeddah sparked brief scare at Lucknow International Airport on Saturday morning after smoke was seen coming from aircraft's wheel shortly after landing. An official inquiry has been launched into what caused this smoke to come out. The incident occurred around the arrival of the flight SV312. The ground staff immediately called in the airport rescue and firefighting team ARFF, which responded swiftly to the situation. Now, working in coordination with the Saudi technical crew, the emergency response team managed to contain the smoke before it could cause a damage to the flight. But again, a very concerning news coming in from Uttar Pradesh this time. Spark and smoke came out of the wheel of that airplane.
लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पे कल के दिन सऊदी अरेबिया से एक फ्लाइट आई और उस फ्लाइट को लेकर तमाम तरीके की जानकारी आई है। हम लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे मौजूद हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं जहां सऊदी एयरपोर्ट से उड़ी एक फ्लाइट, सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट SV3112 लैंड करती है। लैंडिंग के दौरान पहिए से चिंगारी और धुआं निकलता है, जिसके बाद अफरा तफरी की स्थिति में जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट टीम है वो उस आग को बुझाती है। और ठीक हमारे आंखों के सामने हम आपको तस्वीरों में विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट खड़ी है, ये वही फ्लाइट है या नहीं ये हम कंफर्म कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हमें हैंगर पे खड़ी हुई दिखाई रही है, जो कल के दिन सुबह तकरीबन 6:30 बजे लैंड करती है। 20 मिनट की मशक्कत के बाद जो ये पूरी समस्या थी उसको कंट्रोल में लेकर आते हैं। शनिवार की बता दें आपको, रात में 11:30 बजे जेद्दा एयरपोर्ट से हज यात्रियों को लेकर ये जहाज उड़ा था और रविवार की सुबह लखनऊ पहुंचता है। लैंड करते ही पहिए में आग लग जाती है, पुशबैक कर टैक्सी वे पर इसे लाया जाता है और किसी तरीके से जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट की टीमें होती हैं वो टीमें इस आग को अपने कंट्रोल में लेती है। रनवे पर जब वो लैंड करता है तभी धुआं उठता दिखाई देता है। हम ठीक एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद हैं, आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सऊदी अरेबिया की एक फ्लाइट हैंगर पे लगी हुई है और तमाम इन सब बातों के बीच अहमदाबाद में जो घटना घटी है, जो अथॉरिटीज है कंसर्न्ड है, अलग अलग जो टीमें हैं वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच भी कर रही हैं।
Let's tell you about another air tragedy 4 days after the crash of the London-bound Air India Flight AI171 in Ahmedabad, which has claimed 270 lives so far. Hospital authorities have confirmed that 119 victims have been identified through DNA matching, including that of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Meanwhile, a high-level committee meeting was also held at the Ministry of Home Affairs today. Civil Aviation Secretary, DGCA, BCAS official attended this very crucial meeting. In fact, this is the high-level committee that was constituted after this biggest tragedy that India has seen. All right, let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us from the civil hospital in Ahmedabad and who has been tracking this story very closely. Gopi, we are learning that DNA testing is currently underway. DNA testing of former Gujarat Chief Minister is also complete. His last rites are in fact underway. But give us details about what is happening on the ground there as far as civil hospital is concerned.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, we have been seeing a constant movement of ambulances since morning. And now what we are learning from our sources, well, the press conference is underway here at another wing of the hospital, wherein they have declared that 74 bodies, in fact, 74 mortal remains have been given back to the respective families. This is what is the update from civil hospital. While 119 DNA samples have been matched, they have tried to approach almost all the families, but still 3 families are unreachable. So rest of the bodies, later in the day, the family members of rest of the bodies are going to come here and they are going to collect the mortal remains from this very place. This is the mortuary complex of civil hospital. While, as you have correctly mentioned, the last rites of Vijay Rupani are underway, and his the last rite, the funeral is going to happen at the Ramnath Para crematorium at Rajkot after a short while. Back to you.
Absolutely. Gopi, keep tracking those details for us. Let me also go across to Harsha, who has been tracking the investigation into this case. Harsha, we're learning that a key meeting, in fact, took place today between BCAS, DGCA, etc. What has been the outcome of the meeting? What was discussed?
So, Akanksha, till now we know that it was a first meeting, the high-level committee meeting, which has been formed to investigate into the reasons behind the crash. It was the first meeting, and this first meeting, the regulators, DGCA and BCAS, have given the proper note to the Home Secretary, under whose chairmanship the committee has been formed. The note has been given regarding the 15 days. In last 15 days, what has been the technical issues and glitches in the Air India flight. Also, it has been stated that this is the entire report which has come from Air India to DGCA just 2 days back about all the incidents in the Boeing. To mention that in the span of 1 year, there have been several technical glitches reports of the Boeing 787 fleet, and that entire report has been given by regulators to the Home Secretary today. And there has been further discussion about the crash site with the Ahmedabad police as well, with the forensics team as well. But it's too early to say exactly that today some concrete discussion would have happened. It was a first meeting where everyone have spoken about the instance, about the crash, what they have gotten from the site, and about Air India. There will be more follow-up meetings because this was the first meeting. The report has to come out in 3 months. We can say this was the start of the investigation, so it will take some time for more news to come out of this meeting. But yes, we can say that now all the stakeholders in this meeting have started investigation at their level, be it DGCA, be it BCAS, be it the forensics team, the security team, the Ministry of Civil Aviation officials, and also the forensics as well. Back to you.
Absolutely. Probe is underway, and more such meetings will continue to happen over the next 3 months till a report is submitted. Thank you, Harsha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Even as we speak, the last rites of former Gujarat Chief Minister and senior BJP leader Vijay Rupani, who tragically died in the recent Air India crash. In fact, it began today in Rajkot with full state honours. The identity of Rupani was confirmed through DNA testing 3 days after this devastating crash of Air India took place, and the test results arrived at 11:10 a.m. yesterday. After that, the family members took away his mortal remains, and the last rites are currently underway. Here's Bo.
Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was amongst the 241 passengers who lost their lives in the devastating crash. Their stories cut short and futures erased in the blink of an eye. It was on a Sunday, 3 days after the crash, that Vijay Rupani's body was formally identified. DNA samples were used for identification, a painstaking process that underscores the severity of the disaster. Authorities confirmed the news, and Gujarat was plunged into mourning. A one-day state mourning is being observed in honor of the late former Gujarat Chief Minister. The mortal remains of Vijay Rupani was brought to Rajkot at around 2 p.m, where his final journey took place. The funeral was conducted with full state honors. It was a heart-wrenching scene when Rupani's wife Anjali Rupani broke down, bidding an emotional farewell to her husband. Gujarat's Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel paid his respects to the late leader earlier today, laying a wreath in front of Mr. Rupani's body. Gujarat mourns the loss of a man who once led the state with dedication and vision. In a statement, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel expressed profound sorrow over the untimely demise of his predecessor and said that this is an irreparable loss, not just to the state of Gujarat, but to the entire nation. Gujarat now stands united in grief. The legacy of Vijay Rupani will forever remain etched in the hearts of the people he served.
Now we're shifting our focus to Iran and Israel. US Embassy in Israel suffered a minor damage after being hit by Iranian missile as military conflict with Israel entered its 4th day on Monday. The video emerging from the building showed broken glasses and window panes. No US personnel was injured in this incident. However, the US Embassy in the country and its consulate remains closed today due to the ongoing shelter-in-place order. Now, a day earlier, US President Donald Trump had warned Iran against striking any of the US assets, threatening that full might of the armed forces will be on them if they do so. Well, let me go across to the former media coordinator to the Prime Minister. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We are seeing attack and counter-attack between Israel and Iran in the last few days. And a day after Donald Trump warned Iran, we are seeing that the US Embassy in Israel was hit. There was minor damage, but how would you assess this?
Hi, Achna. Thank you for having me. What you just shown on the screen is a very minor damage to the embassy in Tel Aviv. As long as no American personnel has been hurt. So yeah, I don't believe there will be any response from the Americans regarding that issue.
Absolutely. And in the last few days, we've also seen US distancing itself as far as this conflict is concerned. But again, we are saying that despite that, there has been an attack on the United States. How would you respond to this?
What do you mean there has been an attack on the United States? In what form?
What I meant is that in the last few days, in fact, US has distanced itself from the conflict. Comment had also come from Donald Trump. He had said that he has nothing to do with the attack on Iran. But again, we are saying that Iran, despite those distancing by the United States, has attacked the US embassy there. How do you assess US being part of this entire conflict that is going on in West Asia?
So the Iranians are just indiscriminately firing ballistic missiles towards Israeli heavy populated areas. And it happens to be that the U.S. embassy was right in Tel Aviv on the beach. So yeah, it's really not something that I think the American will take it seriously. But yeah, we are hoping that soon the Americans will join forces and help us to basically finished a job at the uranium enrichment facilities in Iran, which this is basically the entire point of this operation, to prevent Iran from getting enough enrichment or uranium enrichment in order to reach a bomb. And we also hearing about the signaling of Iran of leaving the IAEA safeguard agreements, which also will give a legitimacy to Israel and other Israel allies to really strike Iran once they will actually leave this agreement.
Right.
It just goes to show you that they're not acting rationally. They're acting after Israel's strike, which was very precise strikes across the nation in many facilities.
Absolutely. So we are seeing attack and counter-attack as far as Israel and Iran is concerned. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, the deadly conflict between Israel and Iran has entered the 4th day, with both sides firing new waves of attacks overnight. Israeli Air Force launched waves of strikes overnight, targeting approximately 100 military targets in Isfahan in central Iran. 50 fighter jets and aircrafts identified and struck missiles, storage site, surface-to-surface launchers that were ready to launch towards the state of Israel. Now, despite this, Iran's missile managed to breach Israel's defense system. We witnessed scenes of destructions and anxiety in Tel Aviv as Israelis woke up to the latest wave of the Iranian strikes. Now, early Monday, that is this morning, strikes have hit on the Israeli oil refinery and damaged the parts of the power grid as well. All right, so this is as far as the conflict in Israel and Iran is concerned. In fact, a big claim has come from Israel that they have destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they could be launched towards Israel. Now we're shifting our focus. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will land in Canada today to attend the G7 summit after he was invited by the Canada Prime Minister. This marks Modi's first visit to Canada since diplomatic relations between New Delhi and Ottawa turned frosty over the killing of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Now, the Prime Minister will exchange views with the leaders of G7 countries, others invited outreach countries and the heads of the international organization on the crucial global issues including energy security, technology and innovation. Now, the Prime Minister will also hold several bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the summit. He will also be meeting with the Canadian counterpart Mark Carney on the sidelines of the G7 summit. So all eyes will be on Canada the next two days. Prime Minister will be there. He will be holding the bilateral talks. He will also be attending this, discussing issues as far as other countries are also concerned. This is all we could pack for you in this bulletin. We'll be back tomorrow with more stories for 6 at 6. Keep watching Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुँचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी पहुँच गई है जांच करने के लिए, तो जांच होना चाहिए इस एंगल पे भी कि कुछ षड्यंत्र तो नहीं?
बिल्कुल जांच क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए सर। 242 लोग हैं, 242 में उनके परिवार पे क्या गुजरी है, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है। बेटा अभी तक होश में नहीं है सर।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
Getting those visuals from Rajkot in Gujarat, the mortal remains of Gujarat's former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, one of the victims of the deadly air crash in Ahmedabad, earlier handed over to his family members. His remains were then brought to Rajkot, his hometown, for the last rites. Those are visuals from Rajkot coming in. Gopi is coming across live from Rajkot with us on the story. Gopi, we've seen several things, and now we're also seeing pictures coming in of the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, present there in Rajkot, other BJP leaders there to pay their final salutes to the remains now of the mortal remains that have been brought to Rajkot after the deadly air crash. Gujarat's former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, one of the victims of the air crash in Ahmedabad. Gopi.
Well, yes, so it was earlier in the day at around 12:30 that the mortal remains of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was taken from this very place, which is the civil hospital's mortuary, and his mortal remains then landed at Rajkot's Hirasar airport at around 2 p.m. After which there was a short procession from the airport to his residence, and now we are getting visuals from the residence where Home Minister Amit Shah along with the Chief Minister of Gujarat Bhupendra Patel is there. There in attendance is also Acharya Devrat, the Governor of Gujarat, as well as various other leaders, which includes Purushottam Rupala, as well as Home Minister of Gujarat Harsh Sanghvi, Rishikesh Patel, the Health Minister. So all these top leadership of Gujarat, as well as Union Minister C.R. Patil is also seen at the residence of Vijay Rupani. While let's tell our viewers that it is a tragic loss for the state of Gujarat, and Vijay Rupani in fact hails from Rajkot. So this is a place from where he began his political career. In fact, he began his career as a corporator. He later on went to become the mayor of Rajkot, while then he was the member of parliament of Rajya Sabha, member of Rajya Sabha for quite some time, and then he has termed as the Chief Minister of Gujarat for 2 terms after Anandiben Patel. So he was the most affable leader which Gujarat has ever seen. It is a huge loss. While his mortal remains were being taken from the airport to his residence, there were around thousands of people paying tribute to their favorite leader, Vijay Rupani. And what we are also learning from our sources is it was after 70 hours after the plane crash, the tragic plane crash, that the DNA samples of former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani were matched with one of his nephews. In fact, it was his sister's DNA which was taken previously, but the match couldn't happen back then, and later on it was his nephew's DNA which got matched. While today morning, the entire Rupani family was in Ahmedabad to receive his mortal remains from the mortuary. It was Rishabh Rupani, his son, as well as his wife Anjali Rupani, who were here at the mortuary, along with the top leaders of Gujarat, who were at the civil hospital. And they, in fact, carried his mortal remains to Rajkot's Hirasar airport. It was, in fact, the decision of Rishabh Rupani, who is the son of Vijay Rupani, to organize, perform final rites at Rajkot, because that is the ancestral house of the Rupani family. While also, if you look at the pictures, you can see his affinity towards the leaders of top leadership of BJP, which includes, because those were the days when he was completely in touch with the top leadership, with now top leadership of central government. So when you speak of Amit Shah and his affiliation with Amit Shah, as well as a person like very senior leader Purushottam Rupala, he is close to all the leaders of BJP, be it wherever they are residing in any part of Gujarat. He was one leader who was loved, a clean leader, and you wouldn't find a single controversy revolving around Vijay Rupani. While he lost his life during this plane crash, it was during this time that he was going to London at his daughter's place to bring his wife back. While there was also Father's Day, and we happened to understand that she had prepared everything to celebrate Father's Day with Vijay Rupani, and in fact now this tragic loss for the Rupani family. Well, in fact, not just for the Rupani family, but for the entire Gujarat, the people of Gujarat, who were fondly, who are now fondly going to miss their leader and their former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Back to you.
Yes. Thank you, Gopi. We stay with those pictures where we are seeing the tribute, the final journey of Vijay Rupani. Thank you, Gopi, for giving us those details. In a major crackdown on terror infrastructure, the State Investigation Agency in Jammu and Kashmir has now attached the properties of Pakistan-based terrorist in North Kashmir's Handwara. The terrorist Abdullah Hamid Lone is now wanted in a case of terror funding case. The SIA carried out the action in the presence of an executive magistrate as part of efforts to dismantle cross-border terror networks. This is the big breaking news coming in. I'm going to go across to Arawat to give us more details. Arawat, Pakistan-based terrorist in North Kashmir's Handwara and his property has been attached. The immovable property has been seized under UAPA and CRPC provisions with the NI court's approval. Give us more details, Arawat.
Absolute rhythm, as we have seen that this is the major crackdown in the North Kashmir that we have seen. Pakistan-based terrorist in the North Kashmir's Handwara. His property has been touched in the North Kashmir's Handwara. We have seen after the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, then after we have seen these kind of the raids are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir. Earlier we have seen that the National Investigation Agency and the State Investigation Agency has carried out the multiple raids, not only here in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen that the raids were also carried in the Jammu region. This time we have seen that the Pakistan-based terrorist Abdul Hamid, his land in the Handwara has been touched by the Joint Security Forces this afternoon in the Handwara, and we have also got to know that he is in touch with some terrorist associates in the Kashmir Valley, and he is continuously trying to active the younger generation into terror ranks in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen the tough action against terrorist Abdul Hamid, and we have seen that the land in the North Kashmir's Handwara has been attached. Already we have seen the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam. Then after we have seen these kind of property attachments have been intensified across Jammu and Kashmir. Also we have seen earlier in the parts of the Kashmir Valley that these kind of raids are being conducted in the various locations in the Kashmir Valley. As we have been told that in the coming weeks that more properties along the line of control areas in the sensitive zones will be
Arawat, you are
done.
giving us great details, and this is a top focus. We'll continue tracking. Thank you for giving us those details. Viewers, the other big breaking news that's coming in: BRS working president, former Telangana minister K.T. Rama Rao, left the ACB office after 7 hours of questioning. The interrogation was in connection with the alleged irregularities in the Hyderabad Formula E event case. I'm going to be joined by my colleague Aneri to give us more details. From Hyderabad, Aneri is joining us. Aneri, speaking to reporters earlier, he had called this investigation police harassment, accused the Congress government of trying to divert its attention. But 7 hours of questioning, what has been happening there, Aneri, today?
Well, what we see is that the BRS working president and former minister was summoned by the ACB earlier last week, and now what we see is that KTR had appeared before the ACB for questioning, and almost for 7 hours the questioning had went on by the ACB officials in connection with the Formula E case, where they have been alleging that there are alleged financial irregularities that are said to be found during the BRS regime when this Formula E race case was conducted. And KTR was the minister back then. And now what we see is that KTR had also very categorically stated that this is nothing but a political vendetta by the Congress government, but they will continue to question the Congress government over its failures of not fulfilling the promises which they had made.
All right, Aneri, thank you for those details. It's a top focus. We'll track. Moving on, viewers. Israel's military said it has hit command centers of Iran's Revolutionary Guard following days of attacks focused on Tehran's nuclear program, senior leadership and infrastructure. This happens after Iranian strikes overnight killed several people. Several Tel Aviv buildings not far from the US consulate have been destroyed. President Trump has nixed Israel's plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. Calling Iran's leadership weak, Israeli Prime Minister suggested in a Fox News interview on Sunday the conflict could result in a regime change. And there's a breaking news statement also coming in, viewers. In a major strike amid the escalating conflict, the Israeli Air Force says it has destroyed several Iranian weapon trucks headed towards Tehran. The IDF claims the convoy attempting to escape detection, carrying surface-to-air missile launchers and other arms from western Iran. The precision air raid reportedly neutralized the launchers, delivering a direct blow to Iran's military preparedness. The big breaking news coming in as we are speaking. This is another strike amid the escalating conflict. the latest in the conflict that's coming. Israel strikes in triggers also an earthquake. Israel rains fire on Iran. The IDF claims the convoy attempting to escape detection carrying surface-to-air missile launchers and other arms from Western Iran. Let me go across to Nick, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Nick Koloyathan, I had spoken with you earlier, Nick, and you had given us details about what's been happening. Speaking plainly, Nick, we're trying to understand the precision air raids that have been reportedly neutralizing the launchers delivered a direct blow to Iran's military preparedness. Give us some details about that, Nick.
Yeah, Israel saying that at least 1/3 of the launchers were destroyed in Iran, and they are continuing to destroy them. Israel wants to destroy Iran's capability to strike Israel, and it's all about the amount of how much they can strike in one barrage of rockets. If Iran will shoot a lot of rockets at the same time, in this case, they can reach their targets because maybe it can overwhelm the Israeli defense system. But if they are not shooting enough, Israel can shut down all the rockets. So this is the logic behind that. And you can see here I'm in Tel Aviv, in the center of the city, and see I even can't continue to walk because of this barrage of rockets. And you can see that the tree just went off, and now the road is closed, it's blocked, and there is no way to go through. So I will go through a house, and here the situation in the center of Tel Aviv is catastrophic. Many buildings are suffering from this blast of the Iranian rocket. It is just one rocket, and the damage here is amazing. It destroyed so many buildings here all around, and this situation is not usual for the Israelis because they are not used to such a massive rockets, ballistic ones. And I think Iran is the first country to use ballistic rockets with such a huge amount of weaponry on it. You can see here everything is destroyed. And this is probably the first country that uses it against regular citizens in the center of a lively city like Tel Aviv. It's the central city of Israel. And you can see all the shops here are destroyed. People for their whole life worked here. Some of them I spoke, and now their businesses are destroyed completely. You can see here behind me, this is the Shockwave. It was a very famous Russian restaurant in Israel.
Yes.
And now it is completely destroyed.
All right.
And yes.
All right, Nick, that's a fantastic news report we're getting from you. We're wishing for your and your family's safety there. Thank you, Nick Koloyathan, joining us there, senior journalist from Tel Aviv. Viewers, now we ask you, is this world on the brink of a nuclear showdown? In this special report, we break down the latest flashpoints in the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. With over 150 missiles fired in a dramatic wave of retaliation, the Middle East stands at a dangerous crossroads. Major General G.D. Bakshi joins us to decode the strategy, the stakes, and the real risk of this turning into a wider regional war.
So as we all know, Iran has been attacked and it has struck back. There was a Mutt and Jeff process going on. The Americans were negotiating with Iran to defang it of its nuclear program. They were putting a lot of diplomatic pressure on Iran to engage in this thing. And as part of that Mutt and Jeff routine, while the Americans were putting the diplomatic pressure, the Israelis were giving the threats of military attack on its nuclear sites, nuclear enrichment plants, on its petrochemical complexes, on its command and control infrastructure. So as we have seen, this attack started yesterday. That is, when Israel struck Natanz, that is the uranium enrichment facility. They struck the command and control headquarters of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps in Tehran, and they also struck the Isfahan as.
And coming up after a short break, Prime Minister Modi received ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, now leaves for Canada to attend the G7 summit.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी पहुँच गई है जांच करने के लिए, तो जांच होना चाहिए इस एंगल पे भी कि कुछ षड्यंत्र तो नहीं?
बिल्कुल जांच क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए सर। 242 लोग हैं, 242 में उनके परिवार पे क्या गुजरी है, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है। बेटा अभी तक होश में नहीं है सर।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितने उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का ये था उनका जॉब। और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी, तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था। और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे, वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर, ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई से भी नहीं है। कोई सा
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहाँ से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ कर निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी। जी,
हादसे के लिए आप सर किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? एयर इंडिया में पहले भी कई शिकायतें आती रही हैं, तो इस हादसे का जिम्मेदार किसे मानते हैं आप?
सर ये तो मैं नहीं कह सकता, पर ऐसा पूरा जानकारी है कि इससे अच्छा बोइंग कोई सी भी नहीं है, कोई सा भी नहीं है। पता नहीं क्यों ये दुखद घटना हुई, किस कारण से हुई, इसके बारे में कैसे कह सकता हूँ मैं, टेक्निकल जानकारी नहीं है सर मुझे।
दोनों इंजन फेल हुए एक साथ?
हाँ, ये बड़ा आश्चर्य, बस एक ही प्रश्न है कि दोनों इंजन एक साथ जाना, बड़ा आश्चर्य का लगा।
अभी वहाँ ATS भी पहुँच गई है जांच करने के लिए, तो जांच होना चाहिए इस एंगल पे भी कि कुछ षड्यंत्र तो नहीं?
बिल्कुल जांच क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए सर। 242 लोग हैं, 242 में उनके परिवार पे क्या गुजरी है, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है। बेटा अभी तक होश में नहीं है सर।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, UK जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shivamoga. Tension in West Asia is now escalating. What all started as a war of words between Israel and Iran has now turned into a full-blown war. It's on the knife's edge. What's going to happen next? The entire spotlight tonight on This Is Exclusive as to what's really happening in Israel as well as Iran, as we get you a ground report and an exclusive interview coming up in a short while from now. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Republic is the only channel live from Tel Aviv as we track the West Asia war developments closely. No sign of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. IDF continues with its strikes. Two more Air India flights report technical snag. First Hong Kong Delhi grounded and now Zurich Delhi flight faces 5-hour delay. Financial Action Task Force condemns a Pahalgam terror attack of 22nd of April, calls it brutal while urging a global unified response against terror funding. Prime Minister Modi, after receiving ceremonial welcome in Cyprus, now leaves for Canada to attend G7 summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a significant escalation of the tension in the West Asia region. What we have essentially witnessed over the last few days is not just war of words anymore. It's the entire region now on knife's edge. What started as just as a war of words has now turned into a complete full-blown war. In fact, earlier today, the US Embassy in Tel Aviv sustained considerable damage following an Iranian missile strike. The attack, which took place earlier today, is a clear indication of what's really happening on the ground. Israel, on the one hand, clearly indicated that no more will Iran be allowed to continue arming their proxies. The Hezbollah is out. Now Israel is gunning for the leadership in Iran. Iran, on the other hand, says that their assets have been struck in Syria and now they're carrying out the attack in deep within Iran. Iran says they're not going to take this lying low. In fact, what we saw this morning marks one of the most direct and aggressive actions taken by Iran against American interests in the region. Iranian officials have yet to issue any formal statement, but the strike is being seen as part of an ongoing escalation between the two nations. This comes just a day after Trump warned Iran, saying that if they dare to threaten American sovereignty, there will be a harsh response from the US armed forces. What remains to be seen how the US and its allies will respond to this alarming development. But for now, Republic, the only Indian news network live from Tel Aviv, brings you a ground report which puts into perspective what unfolded at the US Embassy this morning. This is up direct inside US Embassy. Take a look.
You can see behind me the American Embassy in Tel Aviv, and this is not damaged from the outside, at least from the shock wave of the ballistic missile that was fired from Iran, but still all the places next to the embassy suffering from a damage. Here usually people are doing the passport photos for the passport, leaving their stuff in those safes, and you can see the massive damage here from the shock wave of the ballistic missile. You can see the windows are broken here and here. So the blast was huge, and Iran probably targeted or the American embassy or the consulate of the United States that was much more damaged than the embassy itself. The embassy is almost, there's no damage at all, but all the surroundings around, there are much more damage, as you can see.
Well, in fact, President Trump all this while said that they were not part of this. However, there are reports suggesting that American forces in the region have been helping the Israelis to at least carry on with a counter-attack on Iran. This, remember, happens to be a direct targeting of US assets inside Israel. The fact that the embassy, the United States of America embassy in Tel Aviv, has now been attacked, and India has essentially also responded by indicating that this is not an era of war. That was the last statement that was made by the Prime Minister too. But what you see on your screens right now, these are images that we've got from our reporter on the ground, giving us a sense of the kind of devastation that has taken place. 300 ballistic missiles that have been fired by the Iranians over the last few days. In fact, this has gone deep inside Israel. Few of the targets have been hit. There have been injuries that have been reported from various parts of Israel. As far as the Iranians are concerned, remember, Iranians say that they've got a stockpile of over 2,000 ballistic missiles, and they are going to carry on with the reprisal. As far as Israel is concerned, Israel makes it abundantly clear that their aim right now is to disarm Iran. So much so, the first two attacks that have taken place were close to the nuclear facilities. But the main nuclear facility of Iran, that happens to be Fordow, this area hasn't been struck by the Israelis as yet. And that is the reason why many analysts essentially indicating right now that it is unlikely that Israel is going to go ahead with any sort of a ceasefire unless the Americans really step in. Now, these are all the images that we're basically showing you over the last few days, what has really happened from Friday when this attack began. But first, take a look at this eyewitness account that our reporter sent just a short while back. We seem to be having some problem with the audio line as far as the eyewitness account is concerned. And this is the first eyewitness account that we are also getting in, but we'll try and play that out in a short while from now after we fix the audio line. However, ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli Defense Forces have released a footage. Now, this footage shows the Israeli Air Force successfully locating, neutralizing trucks that were smuggling weapons, including surface-to-air missile launchers, as they advanced from western Iran towards Tehran. Since the early hours of the morning, the Air Force tracked the convoy, which was attempting to evade Israeli airstrikes. The targeted airstrike successfully neutralized the trucks, destroying the weapons as well as missile launchers before they could even reach their intended destination. On your screens right now, these are the images that we have just accessed from the Israeli Defense Forces, which basically gives you a sense of the kind of surveillance that is now being carried out to identify all the movement of weaponry towards Tehran, so that Tehran can actually carry out with their counter strikes. Iran says that they have the stockpile and the war is not ending anytime soon, given the fact that their nuclear scientists as well as their top commanders have actually been targeted. In a short while from now, we're also going to be joined by the Foreign Ministry of Israel. Oren from the Israeli Foreign Ministry is joining us on this broadcast. Oren, thank you very much for joining us. A short while back, there was a statement that actually came in from Tehran, stating that you were basically now targeting civilian areas and the fact that this was no longer limited to nuclear facilities. How do you basically respond to the allegation that has been leveled by Tehran?
Hi, Sholan. It's good to be with you on the show again. I won't take you by surprise when I say that this is not the first time the Iranian regime is lying. They are lying to the world, they are lying to people. Israel is targeting only military objectives. Military objectives, nuclear-related objectives, and military-related objectives. On the other hand, Iran, the Iranian regime, is targeting civilians. Unfortunately, 24 civilians were murdered by Iranian ballistic missiles so far. I can tell you, last night, I spent the night with my 9-year-old girl, my 12-year-old girl, wife, in the shelter. I'm not a military person, but I live in a civilian neighborhood, and like many others, I was targeted. Civilians are getting killed, are murdered because of Iranian aggression. And we are doing everything possible to remove them from their threats to acquire nuclear weapons.
Oren, with regards to what next, because the fact of the matter that for the first time you're essentially looking at some of the civilian areas in Israel being targeted. Prime Minister Netanyahu says that Tehran is going to burn. What's the end game here?
So thank you, Shaman, for this question. Perhaps to understand the end game, we need to understand the context. Why are we here? We are here because Iran, the Iranian regime, posed an existential threat to the state of Israel. It's a double existential threat. The first one is the nuclear threat. The Iranians were getting closer and closer. They were at the 11th hour before being able to get their hands around nuclear weapon. And the second threat, the existential threat, is the ballistic threat. This is the Iranian race to be able to produce thousands of ballistic missiles. Now you need to understand, Juan, that for a tiny country like Israel to be threatened with a regime that is calling for the annihilation of Israel and is equipped with thousands of missiles is existential threat. So this is why we took on the initiative to remove Iran, to remove this existential threat from Israel. And we are doing so in order to make Israel safe and Israel a safer place. But actually, we're making the world a safer place because Iran nuclear capabilities and Iran ballistic capabilities pose a threat not only to Israel, to the entire Middle East, and actually to other countries as well, such as Europe, countries in Europe and in Asia, because those intercontinental missiles that Iran has are not aiming at Israel. They are aiming much further away.
Oren, the understanding is this. Iranian proxy, Hezbollah, has been completely weakened. Hezbollah was undoubtedly upset that the Iranians did not really come to their rescue. The situation currently, the way it is, Iranians without the support of the Hezbollah has been completely weakened. Where does it really go? Your target was the Hezbollah. Now you're targeting the senior commanders of the Iranians and of course the leadership itself. So much so, your Prime Minister has already indicating, there was an indication that you were basically looking forward some sort of a regime change.
So, Prime Minister was very clear with the objectives of this operation. And the objectives are to remove this existential threat, double existential threat of nuclear and ballistic missiles. But I want to touch upon a very important point just made, Hezbollah. What happened in recent months...
I'm going to ask a question on the US Embassy right now. Oren, the fact that this morning...
If I just may finish the point regarding Hezbollah. What happened is that after Qasem Nasrallah and Hezbollah were targeted and eliminated, and they were taken off, and when basically Hezbollah was neutralized by Israel, Iran, the Iranian regime, accelerated their efforts and their program to achieve nuclear weapon. When they realized that Hezbollah is out of the game, they felt that they need to push forward their attempts to get nuclear weapon. And we were at a very, very dangerous point, almost in the point of no return for the Iranian regime to get their hands on a nuclear weapon. And one must remember, we are dealing with the most extreme, dangerous regime on earth, trying to get the most dangerous weapon ever known to mankind. This combination cannot happen, should never happen, and this is why we're doing the job. We're doing the job to make Israel safer and to make the world a safer place.
Oren, one final question that I want to take with you. This morning, the US Embassy was attacked in Tel Aviv. President Trump all this while said that this is not a war for us. We are not in that situation. But let's be very clear. Under President Trump, who was already looking for some sort of an understanding, a deal with the Iranians, and somewhere down the line, Israel essentially getting into this, do you believe that America is going to join you very soon? Because there has been a tacit understanding, there has been help that the Americans are giving, but if things worsen from here onwards, is Israel really expecting further cooperation and the involvement of the Americans in this war?
So, the United States is Israel's closest ally. We have ongoing, intimate dialogue with our American friends. The American friends, of course, were informed about this operation. And of course, the position and the action of the United States will be determined by the United States itself. And I will leave it to the American to communicate their own position. Thank you.
Thank you Very much, Oren, for joining us on this broadcast. The first official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs speaking to an Indian news network confirming what's really happening on the ground. Thank you very much, Oren. Tel Aviv stands at the epicenter of a devastating new chapter in the Israel-Iran conflict as waves of destruction sweep through one of Israel's most iconic cities. Missile strikes have been launched from Iranian forces, have wreaked havoc, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Entire city blocks have been obliterated, with buildings reduced to rubble and vital infrastructure being heavily damaged. The once bustling streets of Tel Aviv, normally known for their vibrant energy, now lies in silence, marred by the scare of a warfare. Now, as Israel grapples with this attack, the world watches very closely, bracing for the ramifications of an escalating conflict that threatens to engulf the entire region. Here's more straight from the conflict zone and exclusive.
Here behind me is the center of Tel Aviv, and Iranian ballistic missile hit here, and the destruction is massive. Many residential buildings all over destructed, devastated, and they can collapse any moment. That's why the police and rescue forces of the Israeli army asking nobody to come close to this place. And also there was here a metro station that is still built under the ground. It is still under the construction, and it is also a big danger because it can collapse with all the area here around. That's why it's not safe to be here. And you see how massive this devastation, and see that Iran targeting civilian areas. There are no military targets here, just regular people living here. A lot of shops destroyed, and places for around 300 meters all around are destroyed. Nick Kolyochin, Tel Aviv, Israel. Nick Kolyochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
Well, in fact, we're also going to play out that eyewitness account. Now, this is an account of what really happened when the US embassy was basically targeted. Take a look.
In the early hours of Monday morning, the sky over Israel lit up in streaks of flame. A new wave of Iranian missiles slicing through the dark. Sirens wailed, cities shook, and the long simmering shadow war between Tehran and Tel Aviv exploded into open confrontation. Iran's Revolutionary Guard launched over 100 ballistic and cruise missiles, striking targets across northern and central Israel, including a direct hit on a residential building in Petah Tikva, just miles away from Tel Aviv.
You can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes. Early this morning, our police hotline number got the report of a building that was hit. Our first responders and our bomb squad immediately arrived to the scene so that we can medically evacuate those that were injured together with the other first responders that are here, Home Front Command, the medical services. This is something that we prepare for year-round and something that we've been on high alert for since the start of these rocket barrages targeting our residential communities.
At least 5 people were killed, 67 more wounded, and a fully functional city now reduced to rubble and debris.
ואחרי זה שפתחנו את הדלת של הממ"ד, חרבו עינינו, כל הדירה מפורקת לחלוטין, לא נשאר כלום. תוך דקות, ממש דקות מעטות, הגיעו כוחות הביטחון, פיקוד העורף, קראו לנו מהר לדירה, הסתכלו לראות ששאלו אותנו אם הכל בסדר, אני, האישה והילדה, ברוך השם היינו בסדר.
This is the 4th day of open warfare between the two longtime foes. A historic shift from covert operation and proxy battles to direct missile exchanges and strategic bombings. The IDF says that most of Iran's senior military commanders have been eliminated and that their operations have set their nuclear program back significantly.
עכשיו ניתן לומר שהשגנו עליונות אווירית מלאה בשמי טהרן. אנחנו תוקפים בזמן אמת חוליות איראניות שמשגרות טילים לעבר מדינת ישראל, וגם לעבר מטוסינו. יכולות סגירת המעגל שראינו עד עכשיו בעזה, בלבנון ובאיו"ש, קורות עכשיו גם באיראן.
Israeli jets reportedly disabled nearly one-third of Iran's surface-to-surface missile systems, claiming control of airspace from western Iran to the outskirts of Tehran. But Iran remains defiant, vowing more retaliation, more strikes. Its leaders accuse Israel of trying to provoke a full-scale regional war and say that the conflict is far from over. From Tel Aviv to Tehran, from the bunkers of northern Israel to the shattered streets of southern Iran, a new chapter of conflict is being written in real time and at a terrible cost.
And the red line has been crossed. This is what Israel says with regards to the number of attacks that have taken place starting from late Friday night. In fact, this morning when the US embassy was also targeted, Israel's first response came in that here you have the Iranian leadership completely exposed as to what was their real target. In fact, the kind of devastation that we are essentially seeing right now inside Israel, while the number of injuries is roughly around a little over a dozen, but the reason why this has only escalated is because several of regions inside Israel have now actually taken a hit because of the Iranian missiles. Here is an eyewitness account.
On the Akon Street with the embassy behind us, in this area radius of 500-600 meters, actually last night fell pieces of missile that was taken down in the air.
Yeah, and we can see
the damage. Here you can't see much of the damage because the structure is strong. You can see all the line of the businesses from the windows, the mechanics of the door, the sound and the wave of the explosive. It's the missiles they are using are very big, from 12 meters up to 15 meters and few hundred pounds of explosives. So you can guess